Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder by Vladimir Lenin. Written April to May of 1920. Published on the Lenin Internet Archive on Marxist.org. Read by Dessalines. Section. Note from the Lenin Internet Archive. With this now classic work, Lenin aimed to encapsulate the lessons the Bolshevik Party had learned from its involvement in 3 revolutions in 12 years, in a manner that European communists could relate to, for it was to them he was speaking. He also further develops the theory of what the dictatorship of the proletariat means, and stresses that the primary danger for the working class movement in general is opportunism on the one hand, and anti-Marxist ultra-leftism on the other. Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder was written in April, and the appendix was written on May 12, 1920. It came out on June 8th to 10th in Russia, and in July it was published in German, English, and French. Lenin gave personal attention to the book's typesetting and printing schedule so that it would be published before the opening of the Second Congress of the Communist International, each delegate receiving a copy. Between July and November 1920, the book was republished in Leipzig, Paris, and London, in the German, French, and English languages, respectively. Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder is published according to the first edition print, the proofs of which were read by Lenin himself. End of section. Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder. Section. In what sense can we speak of the international significance of the Russian Revolution? In the first months after the proletariat in Russia had won political power, October 25th and November 7th, 1917, it might have seemed that the enormous difference between backward Russia and the advanced countries of Western Europe would lead to the proletarian revolution in the latter countries bearing very little resemblance to ours. We now possess quite considerable international experience, which shows very definitely that certain fundamental features of our revolution have a significance that is not local, or peculiarly national, or Russian alone, but international. I am not speaking here of international significance in the broad sense of the term. Not merely several, but all the primary features of our revolution, and many of its secondary features, are of international significance in the meaning of its effect on all countries. I am speaking of it in the narrowest sense of the word, taking international significance to mean the international validity or the historical inevitability of a repetition, on an international scale, of what has taken place in our country. It must be admitted that certain fundamental features of our revolution do possess that significance. It would, of course, be grossly erroneous to exaggerate this truth and to extend it beyond certain fundamental features of our revolution. It would also be erroneous to lose sight of the fact that, soon after the victory of the proletarian revolution in at least one of the advanced countries, a sharp change will probably come about. Russia will cease to be the model and will once again become a backward country, in the Soviet and socialist sense. At the present moment in history, however, it is the Russian model that reveals to all countries something, and something highly significant, of their near and inevitable future. Advanced workers in all lands have long realized this. More often than not, they have grasped it with their revolutionary class instinct, rather than realized it. Herein lies the international, quote, significance in the narrow sense of the word, of Soviet power, and of the fundamentals of Bolshevik theory and tactics. The, quote, revolutionary leaders of the Second International, such as Kautsky in Germany, and Otto Bauer and Friedrich Adler in Austria, have failed to understand this, which is why they have proved to be reactionaries and advocates of the worst kind of opportunism and social treachery. Incidentally, the anonymous pamphlet entitled The World Revolution, Weltrevolution, which appeared in Vienna in 1919, Sozialistische Bücherei, very clearly reveals their entire thinking and their entire range of ideas, or rather, the full extent of their stupidity, pedantry, baseness, and betrayal of working-class interests. And that, moreover, under the guise of, quote, defending the idea of, quote, world revolution. We shall, however, deal with this pamphlet in greater detail some other time. We shall here note only one more point. In bygone days, when he was still a Marxist and not a renegade, Kautsky, dealing with the question as an historian, foresaw the possibility of a situation arising in which the revolutionary spirit of the Russian proletariat would provide a model to Western Europe. This was in 1902, when Kautsky wrote an article for the revolutionary Iskra, entitled, quote, The Slavs and the Revolution. Here is what he wrote in the article. Beginning of quote. At the present time, in contrast with 1848, it would seem that not only have the Slavs entered the ranks of the revolutionary nations, but that the center of revolutionary thought and revolutionary action is shifting more and more to the Slavs. The revolutionary center is shifting from the west to the east. In the first half of the 19th century, it was located in France, at times in England. In 1848, Germany too joined the ranks of the revolutionary nations. The new century has begun with events which suggest the idea that we are approaching a further shift of the revolutionary center, namely to Russia. Russia, which has borrowed so much revolutionary initiative from the West, is now perhaps herself ready to serve the West as a source of revolutionary energy. The Russian revolutionary movement that is now flaring up will perhaps prove to be the most potent means of exercising the spirit of flabby Philistinism and coldly calculating politics that is beginning to spread in our midst. And it may cause the fighting spirit and the passionate devotion to our great ideals to flare up again. To Western Europe, Russia has long ceased to be a bulwark of reaction and absolutism. I think the reverse is true today. Western Europe is becoming Russia's bulwark of reaction and absolutism. The Russian revolutionaries might perhaps have coped with the Tsar long ago had they not been compelled at the same time to fight this ally, European capital. Let us hope that this time they will succeed in coping with both enemies, and that the new, quote, Holy Alliance will collapse more rapidly than its predecessors did. However the present struggle in Russia may end, the blood and suffering of the martyrs whom, unfortunately, it will produce in too great numbers will not have been in vain. They will nourish the shoots of social revolution throughout the civilized world and make them grow more luxuriantly and rapidly. In 1848, the Slavs were a killing frost which blighted the flowers of the people's spring. Perhaps they are now destined to be the storm that will break the ice of reaction and irresistibly bring with them a new and happy spring for the nations. End of quote by Kautsky from The Slavs and Revolution, Iskra, Russian Social Democratic Revolutionary Newspaper, 1902. End quote. How well Karl Kautsky wrote 18 years ago. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. An essential condition of the Bolshevik success. It is, I think, almost universally realized at present that the Bolsheviks could not have retained power for 2.5 months, let alone 2.5 years, without the most rigorous and truly iron discipline in our party, or without the fullest and unreserved support from the entire mass of the working class, that is, from all thinking, honest, devoted, and influential elements in it, capable of leading the backward strata or carrying the latter along with them. The dictatorship of the proletariat means a most determined and most ruthless war waged by the new class against a more powerful enemy, the bourgeoisie, whose resistance is increased tenfold by their overthrow, even if only in a single country, and whose power lies not only in the strength of international capital, the strength and durability of their international connections, but also in the force of habit, in the strength of small-scale production. Unfortunately, small-scale production is still widespread in the world, and small-scale production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. All these reasons make the dictatorship of the proletariat necessary, and victory over the bourgeoisie is impossible without a long, stubborn, and desperate life-and-death struggle which calls for tenacity, discipline, and a single and inflexible will. I repeat, the experience of the victorious dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia has clearly shown, even to those who are incapable of thinking or have had no occasion to give thought to the matter, that absolute centralization and rigorous discipline of the proletariat are an essential condition of victory over the bourgeoisie. This is often dwelt on. However, not nearly enough thought is given to what it means, and under what conditions it is possible. Would it not be better if the salutations addressed to the Soviets and the Bolsheviks were more frequently accompanied by a profound analysis of the reasons why the Bolsheviks have been able to build up the discipline needed by the revolutionary proletariat? As a current of political thought, and as a political party, Bolshevism has existed since 1903. Only the history of Bolshevism during the entire period of its existence can satisfactorily explain why it has been able to build up and maintain, under most difficult conditions, the iron discipline needed for the victory of the proletariat. The first questions to arise are: how is the discipline of the proletariat's revolutionary party maintained? How is it tested? How is it reinforced? First, by the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard, and by its devotion to the revolution, by its tenacity, self-sacrifice, and heroism. Second, by its ability to link up, maintain the closest contact, and if you wish, merge, in certain measure, with the broadest masses of the working people, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletarian masses of working people. Third, by the correctness of the political leadership exercised by this vanguard, by the correctness of its political strategy and tactics, provided the broad masses have seen, from their own experience, that they are correct. Without these conditions, discipline in a revolutionary party, really capable of being the party of the advanced class, whose mission it is to overthrow the bourgeoisie and transform the whole of society, cannot be achieved. Without these conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end up in phrasemongering and clowning. On the other hand, these conditions cannot emerge at once. They are created only by prolonged effort and hard-won experience. Their creation is facilitated by a correct revolutionary theory, which, in its turn, is not a dogma, but assumes final shape only in close connection with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. The fact that, in 1917 to 20, Bolshevism was able, under unprecedentedly difficult conditions, to build up and successfully maintain the strictest centralization and iron discipline, was due simply to a number of historical peculiarities of Russia. On the one hand, Bolshevism arose in 1903 on a very firm foundation of Marxist theory. The correctness of this revolutionary theory, and of it alone, has been proved not only by world experience throughout the 19th century, but especially by the experience of the seekings and vacillations, the errors and disappointments of revolutionary thought in Russia. For about half a century, approximately from the 40s to the 90s of the last century, progressive thought in Russia, oppressed by a most brutal and reactionary Tsarism, sought eagerly for a correct revolutionary theory, and followed with the utmost diligence and thoroughness each and every, quote, last word in this sphere in Europe and America. Russia achieved Marxism, the only correct revolutionary theory, through the agony she experienced in the course of half a century of unparalleled torment and sacrifice, of unparalleled revolutionary heroism, incredible energy, devoted searching, study, practical trial, disappointment, verification, and comparison with European experience. Thanks to the political emigration caused by Tsarism, revolutionary Russia, in the second half of the 19th century, acquired a wealth of international links and excellent information on the forms and theories of the world revolutionary movement, such as no other country possessed. On the other hand, Bolshevism, which had arisen on this granite foundation of theory, went through 15 years of practical history, 1903 to 17, unequaled anywhere in the world in its wealth of experience. During those 15 years, no other country knew anything even approximating to that revolutionary experience, that rapid and varied succession of different forms of the movement, legal and illegal, peaceful and stormy, underground and open, local circles and mass movements, and parliamentary and terrorist forms. In no other country has there been concentrated, in so brief a period, such a wealth of forms, shades, and methods of struggle of all classes of modern society. A struggle which, owing to the backwardness of the country and the severity of the Tsarist yoke, matured with exceptional rapidity, and assimilated most eagerly and successfully the appropriate, quote, last word of American and European political experience. End section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. The principal stages in the history of Bolshevism. The years of preparation for the revolution, 1903 to 1905. The approach of a great storm was sensed everywhere. All classes were in a state of ferment and preparation. Abroad, the press of the political exiles discussed the theoretical aspects of all the fundamental problems of the revolution. Representatives of the three main classes, of the three principal political trends, the liberal bourgeois, the petty bourgeois democratic, concealed behind social democratic and social revolutionary labels, and the proletarian revolutionary, anticipated and prepared the impending open class struggle by waging a most bitter struggle on issues of program and tactics. All the issues on which the masses waged an armed struggle in 1905 to 07 and 1917 to 20 can and should be studied in their embryonic form in the press of the period. Among these three main trends, there were, of course, a host of intermediate, transitional, or half-hearted forms. It would be more correct to say that those political and ideological trends which were genuinely of a class nature crystallized in the struggle of press organs, parties, factions, and groups. The classes were forging the requisite political and ideological weapons for the impending battles. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. The years of revolution, 1905 to 07. All classes came out into the open. All programmatical and tactical views were tested by the action of the masses. In its extent and acuteness, the strike struggle had no parallel anywhere in the world. The economic strike developed into a political strike, and the latter into insurrection. The relations between the proletariat, as the leader, and the vacillating and unstable peasantry, as the led, were tested in practice. The Soviet form of organization came into being in the spontaneous development of the struggle. The controversies of that period over the significance of the Soviets anticipated the great struggle of 1917 to 20. The alternation of parliamentary and non-parliamentary forms of struggle, of the tactics of boycotting Parliament and that of participating in Parliament, of legal and illegal forms of struggle, and likewise their interrelations and connections. All this was marked by an extraordinary wealth of content. As for teaching the fundamentals of political science to masses and leaders, to classes and parties alike, each month of this period was equivalent to an entire year of peaceful and, quote, constitutional development. Without the, quote, dress rehearsal of 1905, the victory of the October Revolution in 1917 would have been impossible. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. The years of reaction, 1907 to 10. Tsarism was victorious. All the revolutionary and opposition parties were smashed. Depression, demoralization, splits, discord, defection, and pornography took the place of politics. There was an ever greater drift towards philosophical idealism. Mysticism became the garb of counter-revolutionary sentiments. At the same time, however, it was this great defeat that taught the revolutionary parties and the revolutionary class a real and very useful lesson, a lesson in historical dialectics, a lesson in an understanding of the political struggle, and in the art and science of waging that struggle. It is at moments of need that one learns who one's friends are. Defeated armies learn their lesson. Victoria's Tsarism was compelled to speed up the destruction of the remnants of the pre-bourgeois, patriarchal mode of life in Russia. The country's development along bourgeois lines proceeded apace. Illusions that stood outside and above class distinctions, illusions concerning the possibility of avoiding capitalism, were scattered to the winds. The class struggle manifested itself in a quite new and more distinct way. The revolutionary parties had to complete their education. They were learning how to attack. Now they had to realize that such knowledge must be supplemented with the knowledge of how to retreat in good order. They had to realize, and it is from bitter experience that the revolutionary class learns to realize this, that victory is impossible unless one has learned how to attack and retreat properly. Of all the defeated opposition and revolutionary parties, the Bolsheviks effected the most orderly retreat, with the least loss to their, quote, army, with its core best preserved, with the least significant splits, in point of depth and incurability, with the least demoralization, and in the best condition to resume work on the broadest scale and in the most correct and energetic manner. The Bolsheviks achieved this only because they ruthlessly exposed and expelled the revolutionary phrasemongers, those who did not wish to understand that one had to retreat, and that one had to know how to retreat, and that one had absolutely to learn how to work legally in the most reactionary of parliaments, in the most reactionary of trade unions, cooperative and insurance societies, and similar organizations. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. The years of revival, 1910 to 14. At first, progress was incredibly slow. Then, following the Lena events of 1912, it became somewhat more rapid. Overcoming unprecedented difficulties, the Bolsheviks thrust back the Mensheviks, whose role as bourgeois agents in the working class movement was clearly realized by the entire bourgeoisie after 1905, and whom the bourgeoisie therefore supported in 1,000 ways against the Bolsheviks. But the Bolsheviks would never have succeeded in doing this had they not followed the correct tactics of combining illegal work with the utilization of, quote, legal opportunities, which they made a point of doing. In the elections to the arch-reactionary Duma, the Bolsheviks won the full support of the worker curia. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. The First Imperialist World War, 1914 to 17. Legal parliamentarism, with an extremely reactionary parliament, rendered most useful service to the Bolsheviks, the party of the revolutionary proletariat. The Bolshevik deputies were exiled to Siberia. All shades of social imperialism, social chauvinism, social patriotism, inconsistent and consistent internationalism, pacifism, and the revolutionary repudiation of pacifist illusions found full expression in the Russian emitter press. The learned fools and the old women of the Second International, who had arrogantly and contemptuously turned up their noses at the abundance of factions in the Russian socialist movement, and at the bitter struggle they were waging among themselves, were unable, when the war deprived them of their vaunted legality in all the advanced countries, to organize anything even approximating such a free, illegal, interchange of views and such a free, illegal, evolution of correct views as the Russian revolutionaries did in Switzerland and in a number of other countries. That was why both the avowed social patriots and the, quote, Kautskyites of all countries proved to be the worst traitors to the proletariat. One of the principal reasons why Bolshevism was able to achieve victory in 1917-20 was that, since the end of 1914, it has been ruthlessly exposing the baseness and vileness of social chauvinism and Kautskyism, to which Longuetism in France, the views of the Fabians and the leaders of the Independent Labour Party in Britain, of Turati in Italy, etc., correspond. The masses later becoming more and more convinced, from their own experience, of the correctness of the Bolshevik views. End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. The Second Revolution in Russia, February to October 1917. Tsarism's senility and obsoleteness had, with the aid of the blows and hardships of a most agonizing war, created an incredibly destructive force directed against it. Within a few days, Russia was transformed into a democratic bourgeois republic, freer, in war conditions, than any other country in the world. The leaders of the opposition and revolutionary parties began to set up a government, just as is done in the most, quote, strictly parliamentary republics. The fact that a man had been a leader of an opposition party in parliament, even in a most reactionary parliament, facilitated his subsequent role in the revolution. In a few weeks, the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries thoroughly assimilated all the methods and manners, the arguments and sophistries of the European heroes of the Second International, of the ministerialists and other opportunist riffraff. Everything we now read about the Scheidemans and Nosks, about Kautsky and Hilferding, Renner and Austerlitz, Otto Bauer and Fritz Adler, Turati and Longuet, about the Fabians and the leaders of the Independent Labour Party of Britain. All this seems to us, and indeed is, a dreary repetition, a reiteration of an old and familiar refrain. We have already witnessed all this in the instance of the Mensheviks. As history would have it, the opportunists of a backward country became the forerunners of the opportunists in a number of advanced countries. If the heroes of the Second International have all gone bankrupt and have disgraced themselves over the question of the significance and role of the Soviets and Soviet rule, if the leaders of the three very important parties which have now left the Second International, namely the German Independent Social Democratic Party, the French Longuetists, and the British Independent Labour Party, have disgraced themselves and become entangled in this question in a most, quote, telling fashion. If they have all shown themselves slaves to the prejudices of petty bourgeois democracy, fully in the spirit of the petty bourgeois of 1848, who called themselves, quote, social democrats, then we can only say that we have already witnessed all this in the instance of the Mensheviks. As history would have it, the Soviets came into being in Russia in 1905. From February to October 1917, they were turned to a false use by the Mensheviks, who went bankrupt because of their inability to understand the role and significance of the Soviets. Today, the idea of Soviet power has emerged throughout the world and is spreading among the proletariat of all countries with extraordinary speed. Like our Mensheviks, the old heroes of the Second International are everywhere going bankrupt, because they are incapable of understanding the role and significance of the Soviets. Experience has proved that, on certain very important questions of the proletarian revolution, all countries will inevitably have to do what Russia has done. Despite views that are today often to be met with in Europe and America, the Bolsheviks began their victorious struggle against the parliamentary, and in fact, bourgeois republic, and against the Mensheviks, in a very cautious manner, and the preparations they made for it were by no means simple. At the beginning of the period mentioned, we did not call for the overthrow of the government, but explained that it was impossible to overthrow it without first changing the composition and the temper of the Soviets. We did not proclaim a boycott of the bourgeois parliament, the Constituent Assembly, but said, and following the April 1917 conference of our party, began to state officially in the name of the party, that a bourgeois republic with a Constituent Assembly would be better than a bourgeois republic without a Constituent Assembly, but that a, quote, workers' and peasants' republic, a Soviet republic, would be better than any bourgeois democratic parliamentary republic. Without such thorough, circumspect, and long preparations, we could not have achieved victory in October 1917, or have consolidated that victory. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. The struggle against which enemies within the working class movement helped Bolshevism develop, gain strength, and become steeled. First and foremost, the struggle against opportunism, which in 1914 definitely developed into social chauvinism, and definitely sided with the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. Naturally, this was Bolshevism's principal enemy within the working class movement. It still remains the principal enemy on an international scale. The Bolsheviks have been devoting the greatest attention to this enemy. This aspect of Bolshevik activities is now fairly well known abroad, too. It was, however, different with Bolshevism's other enemy within the working class movement. Little is known in other countries of the fact that Bolshevism took shape, developed, and became steeled in the long years of struggle against petty bourgeois revolutionism, which smacks of anarchism, or borrows something from the latter, and, in all essential matters, does not measure up to the conditions and requirements of a consistently proletarian class struggle. Marxist theory has established, and the experience of all European revolutions and revolutionary movements has fully confirmed, that the petty proprietor, the small master, a social type existing on a very extensive and even mass scale in many European countries, who, under capitalism, always suffers oppression and very frequently a most acute and rapid deterioration in his conditions of life, and even ruin, easily goes to revolutionary extremes, but is incapable of perseverance, organization, discipline, and steadfastness. A petty bourgeois driven to frenzy by the horrors of capitalism is a social phenomenon which, like anarchism, is characteristic of all capitalist countries. The instability of such revolutionism, its barrenness, and its tendency to turn rapidly into submission, apathy, phantasms, and even a frenzied infatuation with one bourgeois fad or another. All this is common knowledge. However, a theoretical or abstract recognition of these truths does not at all rid revolutionary parties of old errors, which always crop up at unexpected occasions, in somewhat new forms, in a hitherto unfamiliar garb or surroundings, in an unusual, or a more or less unusual, situation. Anarchism was not infrequently a kind of penalty for the opportunist sins of the working class movement. The two monstrosities complemented each other. And if in Russia, despite the more petty bourgeois composition of her population as compared with the other European countries, anarchism's influence was negligible during the two revolutions of 1905 and 17. In the preparations for them, this should no doubt stand partly to the credit of Bolshevism, which has always waged a most ruthless and uncompromising struggle against opportunism. I say partly, since of still greater importance in weakening anarchism's influence in Russia was the circumstance that in the past, the 70s of the 19th century, it was able to develop inordinately and to reveal its absolute erroneousness, its unfitness to serve the revolutionary class as a guiding theory. When it came into being in 1903, Bolshevism took over the tradition of a ruthless struggle against petty bourgeois, semi-anarchist, or dilettante anarchist, revolutionism. A tradition which had always existed in revolutionary social democracy and had become particularly strong in our country during the years 1900 to 03, when the foundations for a mass party of the revolutionary proletariat were being laid in Russia. Bolshevism took over and carried on the struggle against a party which, more than any other, expressed the tendencies of petty bourgeois revolutionism, namely the, quote, Socialist Revolutionary Party, and waged that struggle on three main issues. First, that party, which rejected Marxism, stubbornly refused, or it might be more correct to say, was unable, to understand the need for a strictly objective appraisal of the class forces and their alignment before taking any political action. Second, this party considered itself particularly revolutionary, or left, because of its recognition of individual terrorism, assassination, something that we Marxists emphatically rejected. It was, of course, only on grounds of expediency that we rejected individual terrorism. whereas people who were capable of condemning, on principle, the terror of the Great French Revolution, or in general, the terror employed by a victorious revolutionary party, which is besieged by the bourgeoisie of the whole world, were ridiculed and laughed to scorn by Plekhanov in 1900-03, when he was a Marxist and a revolutionary. Third, the socialist revolutionaries thought it very, quote, left to sneer at the comparatively insignificant opportunist sins of the German Social Democratic Party, while they themselves imitated the extreme opportunists of that party, for example, on the agrarian question, or on the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Historically, incidentally, has now confirmed on a vast and worldwide scale the opinion we have always advocated, namely, that German revolutionary social democracy, note that as far back as 1900-03, Plekhanov demanded Bernstein's expulsion from the party, and in 1913, the Bolsheviks, always continuing this tradition, exposed Legien's baseness, vileness, and treachery, came closest to being the party the revolutionary proletariat needs in order to achieve victory. Today, in 1920, after all the ignominious failures and crises of the war period and the early post-war years, it can be plainly seen that, of all the Western parties, the German Revolutionary Social Democrats produced the finest leaders, and recovered and gained new strength more rapidly than the others did. This may be seen in the instances both of the Spartacists and the left, proletarian wing of the independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, which is waging an incessant struggle against the opportunism and spinelessness of the Kautskys, Hilferdings, Ledebours, and Crispiens. If we now cast a glance to take in a complete historical period, namely, from the Paris Commune to the first Socialist Soviet Republic, we shall find that Marxism's attitude to anarchism in general stands out most definitely and unmistakably. In the final analysis, Marxism proved to be correct, and although the anarchists rightly pointed to the opportunist views on the state prevalent among most of the socialist parties, it must be said, first, that this opportunism was connected with the distortion and even deliberate suppression of Marx's views on the state. In my book, The State and Revolution, I pointed out that for 36 years, from 1875 to 1911, Bebel withheld a letter by Engels, which very clearly, vividly, bluntly, and definitively exposed the opportunism of the current social democratic views on the state. Second, that the rectification of these opportunist views and the recognition of Soviet power and its superiority to bourgeois parliamentary democracy proceeded most rapidly and extensively among those trends in the socialist parties of Europe and America that were most Marxist. The struggle that Bolshevism waged against, quote, left deviations within its own party assumed particularly large proportions on two occasions. In 1908, on the question of whether or not to participate in a most reactionary parliament, and in the legal workers' societies, which were being restricted by most reactionary laws. And again in 1918, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, on the question of whether one, quote, compromise or another was permissible. In 1908, the, quote, left Bolsheviks were expelled from our party for stubbornly refusing to understand the necessity of participating in a most reactionary, quote, parliament. The, quote, lefts among them, whom there were many splendid revolutionaries who subsequently were, and still are, commendable members of the Communist Party, based themselves particularly on the successful experience of the 1905 boycott. When, in August 1905, the Tsar proclaimed the convocation of a consultative parliament, the Bolsheviks called for its boycott, in the teeth of all the opposition parties and the Mensheviks, and the, quote, parliament was in fact swept away by the revolution of October 1905. The boycott proved correct at the time, not because non-participation in reactionary parliaments is correct in general, but because we accurately appraised the objective situation, which was leading to the rapid development of the mass strikes, first into a political strike, then into a revolutionary strike, and finally into an uprising. Moreover, the struggle centered at that time on the question of whether the convocation of the first representative assembly should be left to the Tsar, or an attempt should be made to wrest its convocation from the old regime. When there was not, and could not be, any certainty that the objective situation was of a similar kind, and when there was no certainty of a similar trend and the same rate of development, the boycott was no longer correct. The Bolsheviks' boycott of, quote, parliament in 1905 enriched the revolutionary proletariat with highly valuable political experience and showed that when legal and illegal parliamentary and non-parliamentary forms of struggle are combined, it is sometimes useful and even essential to reject parliamentary forms. It would, however, be highly erroneous to apply this experience blindly, imitatively, and uncritically to other conditions and other situations. The Bolsheviks' boycott of the Duma in 1906 was a mistake, although a minor and easily remediable one. The boycott of the Duma in 1907, 1908, and subsequent years was a most serious error and difficult to remedy, because, on the one hand, a very rapid rise of the revolutionary tide and its conversion into an uprising was not to be expected, and, on the other hand, the entire historical situation attendant upon the renovation of the bourgeois monarchy called for legal and illegal activities being combined. Today, when we look back at this fully completed historical period, whose connection with subsequent periods has now become quite clear, it becomes most obvious that in 1908 to 14, the Bolsheviks could not have preserved, let alone strengthened and developed, the core of the revolutionary party of the proletariat, had they not upheld, in a most strenuous struggle, the viewpoint that it was obligatory to combine legal and illegal forms of struggle, and that it was obligatory to participate even in a most reactionary parliament, and in a number of other institutions hemmed in by reactionary laws, sick benefit societies, etc. In 1918, things did not reach a split. At that time, the, quote, left communists formed only a separate group or faction within our party, and that not for long. In the same year, 1918, the most prominent representatives of, quote, left communism, for example, Comrades Radek and Bukharin, openly acknowledged their error. It had seemed to them that the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was a compromise with the imperialists, which was inexcusable on principle and harmful to the party of the revolutionary proletariat. It was indeed a compromise with the imperialists, but it was a compromise which, under the circumstances, had to be made. Today, when I hear our tactics in signing the Brest-Litovsk Treaty being attacked by the socialist revolutionaries, for instance, or when I hear Comrade Lansbury say, in a conversation with me, quote, "Our British trade union leaders say that if it was permissible for the Bolsheviks to compromise, it is permissible for them to compromise too," end quote, I usually reply by first of all giving a simple and popular example. Imagine that your car is held up by armed bandits. You hand them over your money, passport, revolver, and car. In return, you are rid of the pleasant company of the bandits. That is unquestionably a compromise. Do et de. I give you money, firearms, and a car, so that you give me the opportunity to get away from you with a whole skin. It would, however, be difficult to find a sane man who would declare such a compromise to be inadmissible on principle, or who would call the compromiser an accomplice of the bandits, even though the bandits might use the car and the firearms for further robberies. Our compromise with the bandits of German imperialism was just that kind of compromise. But when, in 1914 to 18, and then in 1918 to 20, the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries in Russia, the Scheidemanites, and to a large extent the Kautskyites, in Germany, Otto Bauer and Friedrich Adler, to say nothing of the Renners and Company, in Austria, the Renaudels and Longuets and Company in France, the Fabians, the Independents, and the Labourites in Britain, entered into compromises with the bandits of their own bourgeoisie, and sometimes of the, quote, allied bourgeoisie, and against the revolutionary proletariat of their own countries. All these gentlemen were actually acting as accomplices in banditry. The conclusion is clear. To reject compromises on principle, to reject the permissibility of compromises in general, no matter of what kind, is childishness, which it is difficult even to consider seriously. A political leader who desires to be useful to the revolutionary proletariat must be able to distinguish concrete cases of compromises that are inexcusable and are an expression of opportunism and treachery. He must direct all the force of criticism, the full intensity of merciless exposure in relentless war, against these concrete compromises, and not allow the past masters of, quote, practical socialism and the parliamentary Jesuits to dodge and wriggle out of responsibility by means of disquisitions on, quote, compromises in general. It is in this way that the leaders of the British trade unions, as well as of the Fabian Society and the Independent Labour Party, dodge responsibility for the treachery they have perpetrated, for having made a compromise that is really tantamount to the worst kind of opportunism, treachery and betrayal. There are different kinds of compromises. One must be able to analyze the situation and the concrete conditions of each compromise, or of each variety of a compromise. One must learn to distinguish between a man who has given up his money and firearms to bandits so as to lessen the evil they can do and to facilitate their capture and execution, and a man who gives his money and firearms to bandits so as to share in the loot. In politics, this is by no means always as elementary as it is in this childishly simple example. However, anyone who is out to think up for the workers some kind of recipe that will provide them with cut and dried solutions for all contingencies, or promises that the policy of the revolutionary proletariat will never come up against difficult or complex situations, is simply a charlatan. To leave no room for misinterpretation, I shall attempt to outline, if only very briefly, several fundamental rules for the analysis of concrete compromises. The party which entered into a compromise with the German imperialists by signing the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had been evolving its internationalism in practice ever since the end of 1914. It was not afraid to call for the defeat of the Tsarist monarchy and to condemn defense of the country in a war between two imperialist robbers. The parliamentary representatives of this party preferred exile in Siberia to taking a road leading to ministerial portfolios in a bourgeois government. The revolution that overthrew Tsarism and established a democratic republic put this party to a new and tremendous test. It did not enter into any agreements with its, quote, own imperialists, but prepared and brought about their overthrow. When it had assumed political power, this party did not leave a vestige of either landed or capitalist ownership. After making public and repudiating the imperialist secret treaties, this party proposed peace to all nations, and yielded to the violence of the Brest-Litovsk robbers only after the Anglo-French imperialists had torpedoed the conclusion of a peace, and after the Bolsheviks had done everything humanly possible to hasten the revolution in Germany and other countries. The absolute correctness of this compromise, entered into by such a party in such a situation, is becoming ever clearer and more obvious with every day. The Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries in Russia, like all the leaders of the Second International throughout the world in 1914-20, began with treachery, by directly or indirectly justifying, quote, defense of country, i.e., the defense of their own predatory bourgeoisie. They continued their treachery by entering into a coalition with the bourgeoisie of their own country and fighting, together with their own bourgeoisie, against the revolutionary proletariat of their own country. Their bloc, first with Kerensky and the cadets, and then with Kolchak and Denikin in Russia, like the bloc of their confrères abroad with the bourgeoisie of their respective countries, was in fact desertion to the side of the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. From beginning to end, their compromise with the bandits of imperialism meant their becoming accomplices in imperialist banditry. End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Section. Left-wing communism in Germany. The leaders, the party, the class, the masses. The German communists we must now speak of call themselves not left-wingers, but, if I am not mistaken, an, quote, opposition on principle. From what follows below, it will, however, be seen that they reveal all the symptoms of the infantile disorder of leftism. Published by the, quote, local group in Frankfurt am Main, a pamphlet reflecting the point of view of this opposition, and entitled The Split in the Communist Party of Germany, the Spartacist League, sets forth the substance of this opposition's views most saliently, and with the utmost clarity and concision. A few quotations will suffice to acquaint the reader with that substance. Quote, the Communist Party is the party of the most determined class struggle. Politically, the transitional period between capitalism and socialism is one of the proletarian dictatorship. The question arises, who is to exercise this dictatorship? The Communist Party or the proletarian class? Fundamentally, should we strive for a dictatorship of the Communist Party or for a dictatorship of the proletarian class? End quote. The author of the pamphlet goes on to accuse the Central Committee of the Communist Party in Germany of seeking ways of achieving a coalition with the independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, and of raising, quote, the question of recognizing, in principle, all political means, end quote, of struggle, including parliamentarism, with the sole purpose of concealing its actual and main efforts to form a coalition with the independents. The pamphlet goes on to say, quote, the opposition have chosen another road. They are of the opinion that the question of the rule of the Communist Party and of the dictatorship of the party is merely one of tactics. In any case, rule by the Communist Party is the ultimate form of any party rule. Fundamentally, we must work for the dictatorship of the proletarian class. And all the measures of the party, its organizations, methods of struggle, strategy, and tactics should be directed to that end. Accordingly, all compromise with other parties, all reversion to parliamentary forms of struggle, which have become historically and politically obsolete, and any policy of maneuvering and compromise must be emphatically rejected. Specifically, proletarian methods of revolutionary struggle must be strongly emphasized. New forms of organization must be created on the widest basis and with the widest scope in order to enlist the most extensive proletarian circles and strata to take part in the revolutionary struggle under the leadership of the Communist Party. A workers' union, based on factory organizations, should be the rallying point for all revolutionary elements. This should unite all workers who follow the slogan, "Get out of the trade unions." It is here that the militant proletariat musters its ranks for battle. Recognition of the class struggle, of the Soviet system, and of the dictatorship should be sufficient for enrollment. All subsequent political education of the fighting masses and their political orientation in the struggle are the task of the Communist Party, which stands outside the workers' union. Quote continued. Consequently, two communist parties are now arrayed against each other. One is a party of leaders, which is out to organize the revolutionary struggle and to direct it from above, accepting compromises and parliamentarism, so as to create a situation enabling it to join a coalition government exercising a dictatorship. The other is a mass party, which expects an upsurge of the revolutionary struggle from below, which knows and applies a single method in this struggle, a method which clearly leads to the goal, and rejects all parliamentary and opportunist methods. That single method is the unconditional overthrow of the bourgeoisie, so as then to set up the proletarian class dictatorship for the accomplishment of socialism. There, the dictatorship of leaders. Here, the dictatorship of the masses. That is our slogan. End of long quote. Such are the main features characterizing the views of the opposition in the German Communist Party. Any Bolshevik who has consciously participated in the development of Bolshevism since 1903, or has closely observed the development, will at once say, after reading these arguments, "What old and familiar rubbish! What left-wing childishness!" But let us examine these arguments a little more closely. The mere presentation of the question, quote, dictatorship of the party or dictatorship of the class, dictatorship party of the leaders or dictatorship party of the masses, end quote, testifies to most incredibly and hopelessly muddled thinking. These people want to invent something quite out of the ordinary, and, in their effort to be clever, make themselves ridiculous. It is common knowledge that masses are divided into classes, that the masses can be contrasted with classes only by contrasting the vast majority in general, regardless of division according to status in the social system of production, with categories holding a definite status in the social system of production. That, as a rule, and in most cases, at least in present-day civilized countries, classes are led by political parties. That political parties, as a general rule, are run by more or less stable groups composed of the most authoritative, influential, and experienced members, who are elected to the most responsible positions, and are called leaders. All this is elementary. All this is clear and simple. Why replace this with some kind of rigmarole, some new volapük? On the one hand, these people seem to have got muddled when they found themselves in a predicament, when the party's abrupt transition from legality to illegality upset the customary, normal, and simple relations between leaders, parties, and classes. In Germany, as in other European countries, people had become too accustomed to legality, to the free and proper election of, quote, leaders at regular party congresses, to the convenient method of testing the class composition of parties through parliamentary elections, mass meetings, the press, the sentiments of the trade unions and other associations, etc. When, instead of this customary procedure, it became necessary, because of the stormy development of the Revolution and the development of the Civil War, to go over rapidly from legality to illegality, to combine the two, and to adopt the, quote, inconvenient and undemocratic methods of selecting or forming or preserving, quote, groups of leaders. People lost their bearings and began to think up some unmitigated nonsense. Certain members of the Communist Party of Holland, who were unlucky enough to be born in a small country with traditions and conditions of highly privileged and highly stable legality, and who had never seen a transition from legality to illegality, probably fell into confusion, lost their heads, and helped create these absurd inventions. On the other hand, one can see simply a thoughtless and incoherent use of the now fashionable terms, masses and leaders. These people have heard and memorized a great many attacks on leaders, in which the latter have been contrasted with the masses. However, they have proved unable to think matters out and gain a clear understanding of what it was all about. The divergence between leaders and masses was brought about with particular clarity and sharpness in all countries at the end of the imperialist war and following it. The principal reason for this was explained many times by Marx and Engels between the years 1852 and 92. From the example of Britain, that country's exclusive position led to the emergence, from the masses, of a semi-petty bourgeois, opportunist, labor aristocracy. The leaders of this labor aristocracy were constantly going over to the bourgeoisie, and were directly or indirectly on its payroll. Marx earned the honor of incurring the hatred of these disreputable persons by openly branding them as traitors. Present-day, 20th century, imperialism has given a few advanced countries an exceptionally privileged position, which, everywhere in the Second International, has produced a certain type of traitor, opportunist, and social chauvinist leaders, who champion the interests of their own craft, their own section of the labor aristocracy. The opportunist parties have become separated from the masses, i.e., from the broad strata of the working people, their majority, the lowest paid workers. The revolutionary proletariat cannot be victorious unless this evil is combated, unless the opportunist, social traitor leaders are exposed, discredited, and expelled. That is the policy the Third International has embarked on. To go so far in this connection as to contrast, in general, the dictatorship of the masses with the dictatorship of the leaders is ridiculously absurd and stupid. What is particularly amusing is that, in fact, instead of the old leaders, who hold generally accepted views on simple matters, new leaders are brought forth, under cover of the slogan, quote, "Down with the leaders," who talk rank stuff and nonsense. Such are Laufenberg, Wolfheim, Horner, Karl Schroeder, Friedrich Wendel, and Karl Erler in Germany. Erler's attempts to give the question more, quote, profundity, and to proclaim that in general political parties are unnecessary and bourgeois, are so supremely absurd that one can only shrug one's shoulders. It all goes to drive home the truth that a minor error can always assume monstrous proportions if it is persisted in, if profound justifications are sought for it, and if it is carried to its logical conclusion. Repudiation of the party principle and of party discipline. That is what the opposition has arrived at. And this is tantamount to completely disarming the proletariat in the interests of the bourgeoisie. It all adds up to that petty bourgeois diffuseness and instability, that incapacity for sustained effort, unity, and organized action, which, if encouraged, must inevitably destroy any proletarian revolutionary movement. From the standpoint of communism, repudiation of the party principle means attempting to leap from the eve of capitalism's collapse in Germany, not to the lower or the intermediate phase of communism, but to the higher. We in Russia, in the third year since the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, are making the first steps in the transition from capitalism to socialism, or the lower stage of communism. Classes still remain, and will remain everywhere for years after the proletariat's conquest of power. Perhaps in Britain, where there is no peasantry, but where petty proprietors exist, this period may be shorter. The abolition of classes means not merely ousting the landowners and the capitalists. That is something we accomplished with comparative ease. It also means abolishing the small commodity producers, and they cannot be ousted or crushed. We must learn to live with them. They can, and must, be transformed and re-educated only by means of very prolonged, slow, and cautious organizational work. They surround the proletariat on every side with a petty bourgeois atmosphere, which permeates and corrupts the proletariat, and constantly causes among the proletariat relapses into petty bourgeois spinelessness, disunity, individualism, and alternating moods of exaltation and dejection. The strictest centralization and discipline are required within the political party of the proletariat in order to counteract this, in order that the organizational role of the proletariat, and that its principal role, may be exercised correctly, successfully, and victoriously. The dictatorship of the proletariat means a persistent struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. The force of habit in millions and tens of millions is a most formidable force. Without a party of iron that has been tempered in the struggle, a party enjoying the confidence of all honest people in the class in question, a party capable of watching and influencing the mood of the masses, such a struggle cannot be waged successfully. It is 1,000 times easier to vanquish the centralized big bourgeoisie than to, quote, vanquish the millions upon millions of petty proprietors. However, through their ordinary, everyday, imperceptible, elusive, and demoralizing activities, they produce the very results which the bourgeoisie need, and which tend to restore the bourgeoisie. Whoever brings about even the slightest weakening of the iron discipline of the party of the proletariat, especially during its dictatorship, is actually aiding the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. Parallel with the question of the leaders, the party, the class, the masses, we must pose the question of the, quote, reactionary trade unions. But first, I shall take the liberty of making a few concluding remarks based on the experience of our party. There have always been attacks on the, quote, dictatorship of leaders in our party. The first time I heard such attacks, I recall, was in 1895, when officially no party yet existed, but a central group was taking shape in St. Petersburg, which was to assume the leadership of the district groups. At the 9th Congress of our party, April 1920, there was a small opposition, which also spoke against the, quote, dictatorship of leaders, against the, quote, oligarchy, and so on. There is, therefore, nothing surprising, new, or terrible in the, quote, infantile disorder of left-wing communism among the Germans. The ailment involves no danger, and after it the organism even becomes more robust. In our case, on the other hand, the rapid alternation of legal and illegal work, which made it necessary to keep the general staff, the leaders, under cover and cloak them in the greatest secrecy, sometimes gave rise to extremely dangerous consequences. The worst of these was that in 1912, the agent provocateur Malinovsky got into the Bolshevik Central Committee. He betrayed scores and scores of the best and most loyal comrades, caused them to be sentenced to penal servitude, and hastened the death of many of them. That he did not cause still greater harm was due to the correct balance between legal and illegal work. As member of the party's Central Committee and Duma deputy, Malinovsky was forced, in order to gain our confidence, to help us establish legal daily papers, which even under Tsarism were able to wage a struggle against the Menshevik opportunism, and to spread the fundamentals of Bolshevism in a suitably disguised form. While, with one hand, Malinovsky sent scores and scores of the finest Bolsheviks to penal servitude and death, he was obliged, with the other, to assist in the education of scores and scores of thousands of new Bolsheviks through the medium of the legal press. Those German, and also British, American, French, and Italian comrades who are faced with the task of learning how to conduct revolutionary work within the reactionary trade unions would do well to give serious thought to this fact. In many countries, including the most advanced, the bourgeoisie are undoubtedly sending agent provocateurs into the communist parties, and will continue to do so. A skillful combining of illegal and legal work is one of the ways to combat this danger. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. Should revolutionaries work in reactionary trade unions? The German, quote, lefts consider that, as far as they are concerned, the reply to this question is an unqualified negative. In their opinion, declamations and angry outcries, such as uttered by K. Homer in a particularly, quote, solid and particularly stupid manner, against reactionary and counter-revolutionary trade unions, are sufficient, quote, proof that it is unnecessary and even inexcusable for revolutionaries and communists to work in yellow, social chauvinist, compromising, and counter-revolutionary trade unions of the Legion type. However firmly the German lefts may be convinced of the revolutionism of such tactics, the latter are in fact fundamentally wrong, and contain nothing but empty phrases. To make this clear, I shall begin with our own experience, in keeping with the general plan of the present pamphlet, which is aimed at applying to Western Europe whatever is universally practicable, significant, and relevant in the history and the present-day tactics of Bolshevism. In Russia today, the connection between leaders, party, class, and masses, as well as the attitude of the dictatorship of the proletariat and its party to the trade unions, are concretely as follows. The dictatorship is exercised by the proletariat organized in the Soviets. The proletariat is guided by the Communist Party of the Bolsheviks, which, according to the figures of the latest party congress, April 1920, has a membership of 611,000. The membership varied greatly both before and after the October Revolution, and used to be much smaller, even in 1918 and 1919. We are apprehensive of an excessive growth of the party, because careerists and charlatans, who deserve only to be shot, inevitably do all they can to insinuate themselves into the ranks of the ruling party. The last time we opened wide the doors of the party, to workers and peasants only, was when, in the winter of 1919, Yudenich was within a few versts of Petrograd, and Denikin was in Orel, about 350 versts from Moscow, i.e., when the Soviet Republic was in mortal danger, and when adventurers, careerists, charlatans, and unreliable persons generally could not possibly count on making a profitable career, and had more reason to expect the gallows and torture by joining the communists. The party, which holds annual congresses, the most recent on the basis of 1 delegate per 1,000 members, is directed by a central committee of 19 elected at the Congress, while the current work in Moscow has to be carried on by still smaller bodies, known as the Organizing Bureau and the Political Bureau, which are elected at plenary meetings of the Central Committee. 5 members of the Central Committee to each bureau. This, it would appear, is a full-fledged, quote, oligarchy. No important political or organizational question is decided by any state institution of our republic without the guidance of the party's Central Committee. In its work, the party relies directly on the trade unions, which, according to the data of the last Congress, April 1920, now have a membership of over 4 million and are formally non-party. Actually, all the directing bodies of the vast majority of the unions, and primarily, of course, of the All-Russia General Trade Union Center, or Bureau, the All-Russia Central Council of Trade Unions, are made up of communists and carry out all the directives of the party. Thus, on the whole, we have a formally non-communist, flexible, and relatively wide and very powerful proletarian apparatus, by means of which the party is closely linked up with the class and the masses, and by means of which, under the leadership of the party, the class dictatorship is exercised. Without close contacts with the trade unions, and without their energetic support and devoted efforts, not only in economic, but also in military affairs, it would of course have been impossible for us to govern the country and to maintain the dictatorship for 2.5 months, let alone 2.5 years. In practice, these very close contacts naturally call for a highly complex and diversified work in the form of propaganda, agitation, timely and frequent conferences, not only with the leading trade union workers, but with influential trade union workers generally. They call for a determined struggle against the Mensheviks, who still have a certain, though very small, following, to whom they teach all kinds of counter-revolutionary imaginations, ranging from an ideological defense of bourgeois democracy, and the preaching that the trade unions should be, quote, independent, independent of proletarian state power, to sabotage of proletarian discipline, etc., etc. We consider that contacts with the, quote, masses through the trade unions are not enough. In the course of our revolution, practical activities have given rise to such institutions as non-party workers and peasants' conferences. And we strive by every means to support, develop, and extend this institution in order to be able to observe the temper of the masses, come closer to them, meet their requirements, promote the best among them to state posts, etc. Under a recent decree on the transformation of the People's Commissariat of State Control into the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, non-party conferences of this kind have been empowered to select members of the state control to carry out various kinds of investigations, etc. Then, of course, all the work of the party is carried on through the Soviets, which embrace the working masses irrespective of occupation. The district congresses of Soviets are democratic institutions, the like of which even the best of the democratic republics of the bourgeois world have never known. Through these congresses, whose proceedings the party endeavors to follow with the closest attention, as well as by continually appointing class-conscious workers to various posts in the rural districts, the proletariat exercises its role of leader of the peasantry, gives effect to the dictatorship of the urban proletariat, wages a systematic struggle against the rich, bourgeois, exploiting, and profiteering peasantry, etc. Such is the general mechanism of the proletarian state power viewed, quote, from above, from the standpoint of the practical implementation of the dictatorship. We hope that the reader will understand why the Russian Bolshevik, who has known this mechanism for 25 years and has seen it develop out of small, illegal, and underground circles, cannot help regarding all this talk about from above or from below, about the dictatorship of leaders or the dictatorship of masses, etc., as ridiculous and childish nonsense, something like discussing whether a man's left leg or right arm is of greater use to him. We cannot but regard as equally ridiculous and childish nonsense the pompous, very learned, and frightfully revolutionary disquisitions of the German lefts to the effect that communists cannot and should not work in reactionary trade unions, that it is permissible to turn down such work, that it is necessary to withdraw from the trade unions and create a brand new and immaculate, quote, workers' union, invented by very pleasant, and probably for the most part very youthful, communists, etc., etc. Capitalism inevitably leaves socialism the legacy, on the one hand, of the old trade and craft distinctions among the workers, distinctions evolved in the course of centuries, on the other hand. On the other hand, trade unions, which only very slowly, in the course of years and years, can and will develop into broader industrial unions, with less of the craft union about them, embracing entire industries, and not only crafts, trades, and occupations, and later proceed, through these industrial unions, to eliminate the division of labor among people, to educate and school people, give them an all-round development and an all-round training, so that they are able to do everything. Communism is advancing and must advance towards that goal, and will reach it, but only after very many years. To attempt in practice, today, to anticipate this future result of a fully developed, fully stabilized and constituted, fully comprehensive, and mature communism would be like trying to teach higher mathematics to a child of 4. We can, and must, begin to build socialism not with abstract human material, or with human material specially prepared by us, but with the human material bequeathed to us by capitalism. True, that is no easy matter, but no other approach to this task is serious enough to warrant discussion. The trade unions were a tremendous step forward for the working class in the early days of capitalist development, inasmuch as they marked a transition from the workers' disunity and helplessness to the rudiments of class organization. When the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat, the highest form of proletarian class organization, began to take shape, and the party will not merit the name until it learns to weld the leaders into one indivisible whole with the class and the masses. The trade unions inevitably began to reveal certain reactionary features, a certain craft narrow-mindedness, a certain tendency to be non-political, a certain inertness, etc. However, the development of the proletariat did not, and could not, proceed anywhere in the world otherwise than through the trade unions, through reciprocal action between them and the party of the working class. The proletariat's conquest of political power is a gigantic step forward for the proletariat as a class. And the party must more than ever, and in a new way, not only in the old, educate and guide the trade unions, at the same time bearing in mind that they are and will remain an indispensable, quote, school of communism, and a preparatory school that trains proletarians to exercise their dictatorship, an indispensable organization of the workers for the gradual transfer of the management of the whole economic life of the country to the working class, and not to the separate trades, and later to all the working people. In the sense mentioned above, a certain, quote, reactionism in the trade unions is inevitable under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Not to understand this means a complete failure to understand the fundamental conditions of the transition from capitalism to socialism. It would be egregious folly to fear this, quote, reactionism, or to try to evade or leap over it. For it would mean fearing that function of the proletarian vanguard which consists in training, educating, enlightening, and drawing into the new life the most backward strata and masses of the working class and the peasantry. On the other hand, it would be a still graver error to postpone the achievement of the dictatorship of the proletariat until a time when there will not be a single worker with a narrow-minded craft outlook, or with craft and craft union prejudices. The art of politics, and the communist's correct understanding of his tasks, consists in correctly gauging the conditions and the moment when the vanguard of the proletariat can successfully assume power, when it is able, during and after the seizure of power, to win adequate support from sufficiently broad strata of the working class and of the non-proletarian working masses, and when it is able thereafter to maintain, consolidate, and extend its rule by educating, training, and attracting ever broader masses of the working people. Further, in countries more advanced than Russia, a certain reactionism in the trade unions has been and was bound to be manifested in a far greater measure than in our country. Our Mensheviks found support in the trade unions, and to some extent still do so in a small number of unions, as a result of the latter's craft narrow-mindedness, craft selfishness, and opportunism. The Mensheviks of the West have acquired a much firmer footing in the trade unions, where the craft union, narrow-minded, selfish, case-hardened, covetous, and petty bourgeois, quote, labor aristocracy, imperialist-minded and imperialist corrupted, has developed into a much stronger section than in our country. That is incontestable. The struggle against the Gomperses, against the Johos, Hendersons, Merheims, Legiens and Company in Western Europe, is much more difficult than the struggle against our Mensheviks, who are an absolutely homogeneous social and political type. This struggle must be waged ruthlessly, and it must unfailingly be brought, as we brought it, to a point when all the incorrigible leaders of opportunism and social chauvinism are completely discredited and driven out of the trade unions. Political power cannot be captured, and the attempt to capture it should not be made, until the struggle has reached a certain stage. This certain stage will be different in different countries and in different circumstances. It can be correctly gauged only by thoughtful, experienced, and knowledgeable political leaders of the proletariat in each particular country. In Russia, the elections to the Constituent Assembly in November 1917, a few days after the Proletarian Revolution of October 25th, 1917, were one of the criteria of the success of this struggle. In these elections, the Mensheviks were utterly defeated. They received 700,000 votes, 1.4 million if the vote in Transcaucasia is added, as against 9 million votes polled by the Bolsheviks. See my article, quote, The Constituent Assembly, Elections, and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, in the Communist International, numbers 7 and 8. We are waging a struggle against the labor aristocracy, in the name of the masses of the workers, and in order to win them over to our side. We are waging the struggle against the opportunist and social chauvinist leaders, in order to win the working class over to our side. It would be absurd to forget this most elementary and most self-evident truth. Yet it is this very absurdity that the German, quote, left communists perpetrate, when because of the reactionary and counter-revolutionary character of the trade union top leadership, they jump to the conclusion that we must withdraw from the trade unions, refuse to work in them, and create new and artificial forms of labor organization. This is so unpardonable a blunder that it is tantamount to the greatest service communists could render the bourgeoisie. Like all the opportunist, social chauvinist, and Kautskyite trade union leaders, our Mensheviks are nothing but, quote, agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement, end quote, as we have always said the Mensheviks are, or labor lieutenants of the capitalist class, to use the splendid and profoundly true expression of the followers of Daniel de Leon in America. To refuse to work in the reactionary trade unions means leaving the insufficiently developed or backwards masses of workers under the influence of reactionary leaders, the agents of the bourgeoisie, the labor aristocrats, or, quote, workers who have become completely bourgeois, end quote, from Engels' letter to Marx in 1858 about the British workers. This ridiculous theory that communists should not work in reactionary trade unions reveals with the utmost clarity the frivolous attitude of the, quote, left communists towards the question of influencing the, quote, masses, and their misuse of clamor about the masses. If you want to help the masses, and win the sympathy and support of the masses, you should not fear difficulties, or pinpricks, chicanery, insults, and persecution from the, quote, leaders, who, being opportunists and social chauvinists, are in most cases directly or indirectly connected with the bourgeoisie and the police, but must absolutely work wherever the masses are to be found. You must be capable of any sacrifice, of overcoming the greatest obstacles, in order to carry on agitation and propaganda systematically, perseveringly, persistently, and patiently in those institutions, societies, and associations, even the most reactionary, in which proletarian or semi-proletarian masses are to be found. The trade union and the workers' cooperatives, the latter sometimes at least, are the very organizations in which the masses are to be found. According to figures quoted in the Swedish paper Folkets Dagblad Politiken of March 10, 1920, the trade union membership in Great Britain increased from 5.5 million at the end of 1917 to 6.6 million at the end of 1918, an increase of 19%. Towards the close of 1919, the membership was estimated at 7.5 million. I have not got the corresponding figures for France and Germany to hand, but absolutely incontestable and generally known facts testify to a rapid rise in the trade union membership in these countries too. These facts make crystal clear something that is confirmed by thousands of other symptoms, namely, that class consciousness and the desire for organization are growing among the proletarian masses, among the rank and file, among the backwards elements. Millions of workers in Great Britain, France, and Germany are for the first time passing from a complete lack of organization to the elementary, lowest, simplest, and, to those still thoroughly imbued with bourgeois democratic prejudices, most easily comprehensible forms of organization, namely the trade unions. Yet the revolutionary but imprudent left communists stand by, crying out, the masses, but refusing to work within the trade unions on the pretext that they are, quote, reactionary, and invent a brand new, immaculate little, quote, workers' union, which is guiltless of bourgeois democratic prejudices and innocent of craft or narrow-minded craft union sins. A union which, they claim, will be a broad organization. Quote, recognition of the Soviet system and the dictatorship will be the only condition of membership. End quote. See the passage quoted above. It would be hard to imagine any greater ineptitude or greater harm to the revolution than that caused by the, quote, left revolutionaries. Why, if we in Russia today, after 2.5 years of unprecedented victories over the bourgeoisie of Russia and the Entente, were able to make recognition of the dictatorship a condition of trade union membership, we would be doing a very foolish thing, damaging our influence among the masses and helping the Mensheviks. The task devolving on communists is to convince the backward elements, to work among them, and not to fence themselves off from them with artificial and childishly left slogans. There can be no doubt that the Gomperses, the Hendersons, the Jean-Ho, and the Legiens are very grateful to those, quote, left revolutionaries, who, like the German opposition, quote, on principle, heaven preserve us from such principles, or like some of the revolutionaries in the American industrial workers of the world, advocate quitting the reactionary trade unions and refusing to work in them. These men, the leaders of opportunism, will no doubt resort to every device of bourgeois diplomacy and to the aid of bourgeois governments, the clergy, the police, and the courts, to keep communists out of the trade unions, oust them by every means, make their work in the trade unions as unpleasant as possible, and insult, bait, and persecute them. We must be able to stand up to all this, agree to make any sacrifice, and even, if need be, to resort to various stratagems, artifices, and illegal methods, to evasions and subterfuges, as long as we get into the trade unions, remain in them, and carry on communist work within them at all costs. Under Tsarism, we had no legal opportunities whatsoever until 1905. However, when Zubetov, agent of the secret police, organized Black Hundred workers' assemblies and working men's societies for the purpose of trapping revolutionaries and combating them, we sent members of our party to these assemblies and into these societies. I personally remember one of them, Comrade Babushkin, leading St. Petersburg factory worker, shot by order of the Tsar's generals in 1906. They established contacts with the masses, were able to carry on their agitation, and succeeded in wresting workers from the influence of Zubetov's agents. Of course, in Western Europe, which is imbued with most deep-rooted legalistic, constitutionalist, and bourgeois democratic prejudices, this is a more difficult achievement. However, it can and must be carried out, and systematically at that. The Executive Committee of the Third International must, in my opinion, positively condemn and call upon the next Congress of the Communist International to condemn both the policy of refusing to work in reactionary trade unions in general, explaining in detail why such refusal is unwise, and what extreme harm it does to the cause of the proletarian revolution. And, in particular, the line of conduct of some members of the Communist Party of Holland, who, whether directly or indirectly, overtly or covertly, wholly or partly, it does not matter, have supported this erroneous policy. The Third International must break with the tactics of the Second International. It must not evade or play down points at issue, but must pose them in a straightforward fashion. The whole truth has been put squarely to the, quote, independents. The whole truth must likewise be put squarely to the left communists. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. Should we participate in bourgeois parliaments? It is with the utmost contempt and the utmost levity that the German left communists reply to this question in the negative. Their arguments? In the passage quoted above, we read, quote, "All reversion to parliamentary forms of struggle, which have become historically and politically obsolete, must be emphatically rejected." End quote. This is said with ridiculous pretentiousness, and is patently wrong. Quote, "Reversion to parliamentarism, forsooth. Perhaps there is already a Soviet Republic in Germany. It does not look like it. How, then, can one speak of, quote, reversion? Is this not an empty phrase? Parliamentarism has become, quote, historically obsolete. That is true in the propaganda sense. However, everybody knows that this is still a far cry from overcoming it in practice. Capitalism could have been declared, and with full justice, to be, quote, historically obsolete many decades ago. But that does not at all remove the need for a very long and very persistent struggle on the basis of capitalism. Parliamentarism is historically obsolete from the standpoint of world history, i.e., the era of bourgeois parliamentarism is over, and the era of the proletarian dictatorship has begun. That is incontestable. But world history is counted in decades. 10 or 20 years earlier or later makes no difference when measured with the yardstick of world history. From the standpoint of world history, it is a trifle that cannot be considered even approximately. But for that very reason, it is a glaring theoretical error to apply the yardstick of world history to practical politics. Is parliamentarism, quote, politically obsolete? That is quite a different matter. If that were true, the position of the lefts would be a strong one. But it has to be proved by a most searching analysis, and the lefts do not even know how to approach the matter. In the Theses on Parliamentarism, published in the Bulletin of the Provisional Bureau in Amsterdam of the Communist International, No. 1, February 1920, and obviously expressing the Dutch left or left Dutch strivings, the analysis, as we shall see, is also hopelessly poor. In the first place, contrary to the opinions of such outstanding political leaders as Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, the German lefts, as we know, considered parliamentarism, quote, politically obsolete, even in January 1919. We know that the lefts were mistaken. This fact alone utterly destroys, at a single stroke, the proposition that parliamentarism is politically obsolete. It is for the lefts to prove why their error, indisputable at that time, is no longer an error. They do not and cannot produce even a shred of proof. A political party's attitude towards its own mistakes is one of the most important and surest ways of judging how earnest the party is, and how it fulfills its practice, its obligations towards its class and the working people. Frankly acknowledging a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions that have led up to it, and thrashing out the means of its rectification. That is the hallmark of a serious party. That is how it should perform its duties, and how it should educate and train its class, and then the masses. By failing to fulfill this duty, and give the utmost attention and consideration to the study of their patent error, the lefts, in Germany and in Holland, have proved that they are not a party of a class, but a circle. Not a party of the masses, but a group of intellectualists and of a few workers who ape the worst features of intellectualism. Second, in the same pamphlet of the Frankfurt group of lefts, we have already cited in detail, we read, quote, "The millions of workers who still follow the policy of the Center, the Catholic Center Party, are counter-revolutionary. The rural proletarians provide the legions of counter-revolutionary troops." End quote. Everything goes to show that this statement is far too sweeping and exaggerated. But the basic fact set forth here is incontrovertible, and its acknowledgement by lefts is particularly clear evidence of their mistake. How can one say that parliamentarism is politically obsolete when millions and legions of proletarians are not only still in favor of parliamentarism in general, but are downright counter-revolutionary. It is obvious that parliamentarism in Germany is not yet politically obsolete. It is obvious that the lefts in Germany have mistaken their desire, their politico-ideological attitude, for objective reality. That is a most dangerous mistake for revolutionaries to make. In Russia, where, over a particularly long period and in particularly varied forms, the most brutal and savage yoke of Tsarism produced revolutionaries of diverse shades, revolutionaries who displayed amazing devotion, enthusiasm, heroism, and willpower. In Russia, we have observed this mistake of the revolutionaries at very close quarters. We have studied it very attentively, and have a first-hand knowledge of it. That is why we can also see it especially clearly in others. Parliamentarism is, of course, quote, politically obsolete to the communists in Germany. But, that is the whole point. We must not regard what is obsolete to us as something obsolete to a class, to the masses. Here again we find that the left do not know how to reason, do not know how to act as the party of a class, as the party of the masses. You must not sink to the level of the masses, to the level of the backward strata of the class. That is incontestable. You must tell them the bitter truth. You are in duty bound to call their bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices what they are, prejudices. But at the same time, you must soberly follow the actual state of the class consciousness and preparedness of the entire class, not only of its communist vanguard, and of all the working people, but of all the working people, not only of their advanced elements. Even if only a fairly large minority of the industrial workers, and not millions and legions, follow the lead of the Catholic clergy, and a similar minority of rural workers follow the landowners and kulaks, Grossbauern, it undoubtedly signifies that parliamentarism in Germany has not yet politically outlived itself, that participation in parliamentary elections and in the struggle on the parliamentary rostrum is obligatory on the party of the revolutionary proletariat, specifically for the purpose of educating the backward strata of its own class, and for the purpose of awakening and enlightening the undeveloped, downtrodden, and ignorant rural masses. Whilst you lack the strength to do away with bourgeois parliaments and every other type of reactionary institution, you must work within them, because it is there that you will still find workers who are duped by the priests and stultified by the conditions of rural life. Otherwise, you risk turning into nothing but windbags. Third, the, quote, left communists have a great deal to say in praise of us Bolsheviks. One sometimes feels like telling them to praise us less and to try to get a better knowledge of the Bolsheviks' tactics. We took part in the elections to the Constituent Assembly, the Russian bourgeois parliament, in September to November 1917. Were our tactics correct or not? If not, then this should be clearly stated and proved, for it is necessary in evolving the correct tactics for international communism. If they were correct, then certain conclusions must be drawn. Of course, there can be no question of placing conditions in Russia on a par with conditions in Western Europe. But as regards the particular question of the meaning of the concept that parliamentarism has become politically obsolete, due account should be taken of our experience. For unless concrete experience is taken into account, such concepts very easily turn into empty phrases. In September to November 1917, did we, the Russian Bolsheviks, not have more right than any Western communists to consider that parliamentarism was politically obsolete in Russia? Of course we did. For the point is not whether bourgeois parliaments have existed for a long time or a short time, but how far the masses of the working people are prepared, ideologically, politically, and practically, to accept the Soviet system and to dissolve the bourgeois democratic parliament, or allow it to be dissolved. It is an absolutely incontestable and fully established historical fact that, in September to November 1917, the urban working class and the soldiers and peasants of Russia were, because of a number of special conditions, exceptionally well prepared to accept the Soviet system and to disband the most democratic of bourgeois parliaments. Nevertheless, the Bolsheviks did not boycott the Constituent Assembly, but took part in the elections both before and after the proletariat conquered political power. That these elections yielded exceedingly valuable, and to the proletariat highly useful, political results has, I make bold to hope, been proved by me in the above-mentioned article, which analyzes in detail the returns of the elections to the Constituent Assembly in Russia. The conclusion which follows from this is absolutely incontrovertible. It has been proved that, far from causing harm to the revolutionary proletariat, participation in a bourgeois democratic parliament, even a few weeks before, the victory of a Soviet republic, and even after such a victory, actually helps that proletariat to prove to the backward masses why such parliaments deserve to be done away with. It facilitates their successful dissolution and helps to make bourgeois parliamentarism politically obsolete. To ignore this experience, while at the same time claiming affiliation to the Communist International, which must work out its tactics internationally, not as narrow or exclusively national tactics, but as international tactics, means committing a gross error and actually abandoning internationalism in deed, while recognizing it in word. Now let us examine the Dutch left arguments in favor of non-participation in parliaments. The following is the text of the thesis number 4, the most important of the above-mentioned Dutch theses. Quote, when the capitalist system of production has broken down, and society is in a state of revolution, parliamentary action gradually loses importance as compared with the action of the masses themselves. When in these conditions, Parliament becomes the center and organ of the counter-revolution, whilst on the other hand, the laboring class builds up the instruments of its power in the Soviets. It may even prove necessary to abstain from all and any participation in parliamentary action. End quote. The first sentence is obviously wrong, since action by the masses, a big strike for instance, is more important than parliamentary activity at all times, and not only during a revolution or in a revolutionary situation. This obviously untenable and historically and politically incorrect argument merely shows very clearly that the authors completely ignore both the general European experience, the French experience before the revolutions of 1848 and 1870, the German experience of 1878 to 90, etc., and the Russian experience, see above, of the importance of combining legal and illegal struggle. This question is of immense importance, both in general and in particular, because in all civilized and advanced countries, the time is rapidly approaching when such a combination will more and more become, and has already partly become, mandatory on the party of the revolutionary proletariat, inasmuch as civil war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is maturing and is imminent, and because of savage persecution of the communists by republican governments and bourgeois governments generally, which resort to any violation of legality. The example of America is edifying enough, etc. The Dutch and the lefts in general have utterly failed to understand this highly important question. The second sentence is, in the first place, historically wrong. We Bolsheviks participated in the most counter-revolutionary parliaments, and experience has shown that this participation was not only useful, but indispensable to the party of the revolutionary proletariat. After the first bourgeois revolution in Russia, 1905, so as to pave the way for the second bourgeois revolution, February 1917, and then for the socialist revolution, October 1917. In the second place, this sentence is amazingly illogical. If a parliament becomes an organ and a, quote, center, in reality it has never been and never can be a center, but that is by the way, of counter-revolution, while the workers are building up the instruments of their power in the form of the Soviets, then it follows that the workers must prepare, ideologically, politically, and technically, for the struggle of the Soviets against Parliament, for the dispersal of Parliament by the Soviets. But it does not at all follow that this dispersal is hindered, or is not facilitated, by the presence of a Soviet opposition within the counter-revolutionary parliament. In the course of our victorious struggle against Denikin and Kolchak, we never found that the existence of a Soviet and proletarian opposition in their camp was immaterial to our victories. We know perfectly well that the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly on January 5, 1918, was not hampered, but was actually facilitated by the fact that within the counter-revolutionary Constituent Assembly, which was about to be dispersed, there was a consistent Bolshevik, as well as an inconsistent left socialist revolutionary Soviet opposition. The authors of these theses are engaged in muddled thinking. They have forgotten the experience of many, if not all, revolutions, which shows the great usefulness, during a revolution, of a combination of mass action outside a reactionary parliament with an opposition sympathetic to, or better still, directly supporting, the revolution within it. The Dutch and the lefts, in general, argue in this respect like doctrinaires of the revolution, who have never taken part in a real revolution, have never given thought to the history of revolutions, or have naively mistaken subjective, quote, rejection of a reactionary institution for its actual destruction by the combined operation of a number of objective factors. The surest way of discrediting and damaging a new political, and not only political, idea is to reduce it to absurdity on the plea of defending it. For any truth, if, quote, overdone, as Deatskin Sr. put it, if exaggerated, or if carried beyond the limits of its actual applicability, can be reduced to an absurdity, and is even bound to become an absurdity under these conditions. That is just the kind of disservice the Dutch and German lefts are rendering to the new truth of the Soviet form of government being superior to bourgeois democratic parliaments. Of course, anyone would be in error who voiced the outmoded viewpoint, or in general considered it impermissible, in all and any circumstances, to reject participation in bourgeois parliaments. I cannot attempt here to formulate the conditions under which a boycott is useful, since the object of this pamphlet is far more modest, namely, to study Russian experience in connection with certain topical questions of international communist tactics. Russian experience has provided us with one successful and correct instance, and another that was incorrect, 1906, of the use of a boycott by the Bolsheviks. Analyzing the first case, we see that we succeeded in preventing a reactionary government from convening a reactionary parliament, in a situation in which extra parliamentary revolutionary mass action, strikes in particular, was developing at great speed, when not a single section of the proletariat and the peasantry could support the reactionary government in any way, and when the revolutionary proletariat was gaining influence over the backward masses through the strike struggle and through the agrarian movement. It is quite obvious that this experience is not applicable to present-day European conditions. It is likewise quite obvious, and the foregoing arguments bear this out, that the advocacy, even if with reservations, by the Dutch and the other lefts, of refusal to participate in parliaments, is fundamentally wrong and detrimental to the cause of the revolutionary proletariat. In Western Europe and America, Parliament has become most odious to the revolutionary vanguard of the working class. That cannot be denied. It can readily be understood, for it is difficult to imagine anything more infamous, vile, or treacherous than the behavior of the vast majority of socialist and social democratic parliamentary deputies during and after the war. It would, however, be not only unreasonable, but actually criminal to yield to this mood when deciding how this generally recognized evil should be fought. In many countries of Western Europe, the revolutionary mood, we might say, is at present a, quote, novelty, or a rarity, which has all too long been vainly and impatiently awaited. Perhaps that is why people so easily yield to that mood. Certainly, without a revolutionary mood among the masses, and without conditions facilitating the growth of this mood, revolutionary tactics will never develop into action. In Russia, however, lengthy, painful, and sanguinary experience has taught us the truth that revolutionary tactics cannot be built on a revolutionary mood alone. Tactics must be based on a sober and strictly objective appraisal of all the class forces in a particular state, and of the states that surround it, and of all states the world over, as well as of the experience of revolutionary movements. It is very easy to show one's, quote, revolutionary temper merely by hurling abuse at parliamentary opportunism, or merely by repudiating a participation in parliaments. Its very ease, however, cannot turn this into a solution of a very difficult problem. It is far more difficult to create a really revolutionary parliamentary group in a European parliament than it was in Russia. That stands to reason. But it is only a particular expression of the general truth that it was easy for Russia, in the specific and historically unique situation of 1917, to start the socialist revolution. But it will be more difficult for Russia than for the European countries to continue the revolution and bring it to its consummation. I had occasion to point this out already at the beginning of 1918, and our experience of the past 2 years has entirely confirmed the correctness of this view. Certain specific conditions: 1. The possibility of linking up the Soviet Revolution with the ending, as a consequence of this revolution, of the imperialist war, which had exhausted the workers and peasants to an incredible degree. 2. The possibility of taking temporary advantage of the mortal conflicts between the world's 2 most powerful groups of imperialist robbers, who were unable to unite against their Soviet enemy. 3. The possibility of enduring a comparatively lengthy civil war, partly owing to the enormous size of the country and to the poor means of communication. 4. The existence of such a profound bourgeois democratic revolutionary movement among the peasantry that the party of the proletariat was able to adopt the revolutionary demands of the peasant party, the Socialist Revolutionary Party, the majority of whose members were definitely hostile to Bolshevism, and realize them at once, thanks to the conquest of political power by the proletariat. All these specific conditions do not, at present, exist in Western Europe, and a repetition of such or similar conditions will not occur so easily. Incidentally, apart from a number of other causes, that is why it is more difficult for Western Europe to start a socialist revolution than it was for us. To attempt to, quote, circumvent this difficulty by skipping the arduous job of utilizing reactionary parliaments for revolutionary purposes is absolutely childish. You want to create a new society, yet you fear the difficulties involved in forming a good parliamentary group made up of convinced, devoted, and heroic communists in a reactionary parliament? Is that not childish? If Karl Liebknecht in Germany and Z. Hägglund in Sweden were able, even without mass support from below, to set examples of the truly revolutionary utilization of reactionary parliaments, why should a rapidly growing revolutionary mass party, in the midst of the post-war disillusionment and embitterment of the masses, be unable to forge a communist group in the worst of parliaments? It is because, in Western Europe, the backward masses of the workers, and, to an even greater degree, of the small peasants, are much more imbued with bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices than they were in Russia. Because of that, it is only from within such institutions as bourgeois parliaments that communists can and must wage a long and persistent struggle, undaunted by any difficulties, to expose, dispel, and overcome these prejudices. The German, quote, lefts complain of bad leaders in their party, give way to despair, and even arrive at a ridiculous negation of leaders. But in conditions in which it is often necessary to hide leaders underground, the evolution of good leaders, reliable, tested, and authoritative, is a very difficult matter. These difficulties cannot be successfully overcome without combining legal and illegal work, and without testing the leaders, among other ways, in parliaments. Criticism, the most keen, ruthless, and uncompromising criticism, should be directed not against parliamentarism or parliamentary activities, but against those leaders who are unable, and still more against those who are unwilling, to utilize parliamentary elections in the parliamentary rostrum in a revolutionary and communist manner. Only such criticism, combined, of course, with the dismissal of incapable leaders and their replacement by capable ones, will constitute useful and fruitful revolutionary work that will simultaneously train the leaders to be worthy of the working class and of all working people, and train the masses to be able properly to understand the political situation and the often very complicated and intricate tasks that spring from that situation. End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Section. No compromises. In the quotation from the Frankfurt pamphlet, we have seen how emphatically the lefts have advanced this slogan. It is sad to see people who no doubt consider themselves Marxists and want to be Marxists forget the fundamental truths of Marxism. This is what Engels, who, like Marx, was one of those rarest of authors whose every sentence in every one of their fundamental works contains a remarkably profound content, wrote in 1874 against the manifesto of the 33 Blanquist communards. Beginning of quote. We are communists, the Blanquist communards wrote in their manifesto, because we want to attain our goal without stopping at intermediate stations, without any compromises, which only postpone the day of victory and prolong the period of slavery. Quote continued. The German communists are communists because, through all the intermediate stations and all compromises created, not by them, but by the course of historical development, they clearly perceive and constantly pursue the final aim, the abolition of classes, and the creation of a society in which there will no longer be private ownership of land or of the means of production. The 33 Blanquists are communists just because they imagine that, merely because they want to skip the intermediate stations and compromises, the matter is settled. And if it begins in the next few days, which they take for granted, and they take over power, communism will be introduced the day after tomorrow. If that is not immediately possible, they are not communists. What childish innocence it is to present one's own impatience as a theoretically convincing argument. End of quote. From Frederick Engels, Program of the Blanquist Communards. In the same article, Engels expresses his profound esteem for Vaillant, and speaks of the, quote, unquestionable merit of the latter, who, like Gesde, was one of the most prominent leaders of international socialism until their betrayal of socialism in August 1914. But Engels does not fail to give a detailed analysis of an obvious error. Of course, to very young and inexperienced revolutionaries, as well as to petty bourgeois revolutionaries of even a very respectable age and great experience, it seems extremely, quote, dangerous, incomprehensible, and wrong to, quote, permit compromises. Many sophists, being unusually or excessively experienced politicians. Reason exactly in the same way as the British leaders of opportunism mentioned by Comrade Lansbury. Quote, "If the Bolsheviks are permitted to a certain compromise, why should we not be permitted any kind of compromise?" End quote. However, proletarians schooled in numerous strikes, to take only this manifestation of the class struggle, usually assimilate in admirable fashion the very profound truth, philosophical, historical, political, and psychological, expounded by Engels. Every proletarian has been through strikes and has experienced compromises with the hated oppressors and the exploiters, when the workers have had to return to work either without having achieved anything, or else agreeing to only a partial satisfaction of their demands. Every proletarian, as a result of the conditions of the mass struggle and the acute intensification of class antagonisms he lives among, sees the difference between a compromise enforced by objective conditions, such as lack of strike funds, no outside support, starvation, and exhaustion. A compromise which in no way minimizes the revolutionary devotion and readiness to carry on the struggle on the part of the workers who have agreed to such a compromise. And, on the other hand, a compromise by traitors who try to ascribe to objective causes their self-interest. Strikebreakers also enter into, quote, compromises. Their cowardice, desire to yield to the capitalists, and readiness to yield to intimidation, sometimes to persuasion, sometimes to sops, sometimes to flattery from the capitalists. The history of the British labor movement provides a very large number of instances of such treacherous compromises by British trade union leaders. But, in one form or another, almost all workers in all countries have witnessed the same sort of thing. Naturally, there are individual cases of exceptional difficulty and complexity, when the greatest efforts are necessary for a proper assessment of the actual character of this or that compromise. Just as there are cases of homicide when it is by no means easy to establish whether the homicide was fully justified and even necessary, as, for example, legitimate self-defense, or due to unpardonable negligence, or even to a cunningly executed perfidious plan. Of course, in politics, where it is sometimes a matter of extremely complex relations, national and international, between classes and parties, very many cases will arise that will be much more difficult than the question of a legitimate compromise in a strike or a treacherous compromise by a strike breaker, treacherous leader, etc. It would be absurd to formulate a recipe or general rule, quote, no compromises, to suit all cases. One must use one's own brains and be able to find one's bearings in each particular instance. It is, in fact, one of the functions of a party organization and of party leaders worthy of the name, to acquire, through the prolonged, persistent, variegated, and comprehensive efforts of all thinking representatives of a given class, the knowledge, experience, and, in addition to knowledge and experience, the political flair necessary for the speedy and correct solution of complex political problems. Naive and quite inexperienced people imagine that the permissibility of compromise in general is sufficient to obliterate any distinction between opportunism, against which we are waging, and must wage, an unremitting struggle, and revolutionary Marxism or communism. But if such people do not know yet that in nature and in society all distinctions are fluid and up to a certain point conventional, nothing can help them but lengthy training, education, enlightenment, and political and everyday experience. In the practical questions that arise in the politics of any particular or specific historical moment, it is important to single out those which display the principal type of intolerable and treacherous compromises, such as embody an opportunism that is fatal to the revolutionary class, and to exert all efforts to explain them and combat them. During the 1914-18 imperialist war between two groups of equally predatory countries, social chauvinism was the principal and fundamental type of opportunism, i.e., support of, quote, defense of country, which in such a war was really equivalent to defense of the predatory interests of one's own bourgeoisie. After the war, defense of the robber League of Nations, defense of direct or indirect alliances with the bourgeoisie of one's own country against the revolutionary proletariat, and the Soviet movement, and defense of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois parliamentarism against Soviet power, became the principal manifestations of those intolerable and treacherous compromises, whose sum total constituted an opportunism fatal to the revolutionary proletariat and its cause. Quote, all compromise with other parties, any policy of maneuvering and compromise must be emphatically rejected, the German lefts write in the Frankfurt pamphlet. It is surprising that, with such views, these lefts do not emphatically condemn Bolshevism. After all, the German lefts cannot but know that the entire history of Bolshevism, both before and after the October Revolution, is full of instances of changes of tack, conciliatory tactics, and compromises with other parties, including bourgeois parties. To carry on a war for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie, a war which is 100 times more difficult, protracted, and complex than the most stubborn of ordinary wars between states, and to renounce in advance any change of tack, or any utilization of a conflict of interests, even if temporary, among one's enemies, or any conciliation or compromise with possible allies, even if they are temporary, unstable, vacillating, or conditional allies. Is that not ridiculous in the extreme? Is it not like making a difficult ascent of an unexplored and hitherto inaccessible mountain, and refusing in advance ever to move in zigzags, ever to retrace one's steps, or ever to abandon a course once selected and to try others? And yet people so immature and inexperienced, if youth were the explanation, it would not be so bad. Young people are preordained to talk such nonsense for a certain period, have met with support, whether direct or indirect, open or covert, whole or partial, it does not matter, from some members of the Communist Party of Holland. After the first socialist revolution of the proletariat and the overthrow of the bourgeoisie in some country, the proletariat of that country remains for a long time weaker than the bourgeoisie, simply because of the latter's extensive international links, and also because of the spontaneous and continuous restoration and regeneration of capitalism and the bourgeoisie by the small commodity producers of the country, which has overthrown the bourgeoisie. The more powerful enemy can be vanquished only by exerting the utmost effort, and by the most thorough, careful, attentive, skillful, and obligatory use of any, even the smallest, rift between the enemies. Any conflict of interests among the bourgeoisie of the various countries, and among the various groups, or types of bourgeoisie within the various countries. And also by taking advantage of any, even the smallest, opportunity of winning a mass ally, even though this ally is temporary, vacillating, unstable, unreliable, and conditional. Those who do not understand this reveal a failure to understand even the smallest grain of Marxism, of modern scientific socialism in general. Those who have not proved in practice, over a fairly considerable period of time, and in fairly varied political situations, their ability to apply this truth in practice, have not yet learned to help the revolutionary class in its struggle to emancipate all toiling humanity from the exploiters. And this applies equally to the period before and after the proletariat has won political power. Our theory is not a dogma, but a guide to action, said Marx and Engels. The greatest blunder, the greatest crime, committed by such out-and-out Marxists as Karl Kautsky, Otto Bauer, etc., is that they have not understood this and have been unable to apply it at crucial moments of the proletarian revolution. Quote, political activity is not like the pavement of Nevsky Prospect, the well-kept, broad, and level pavement of the perfectly straight principal thoroughfare of St. Petersburg. N.G. Chernovsky, the great Russian socialist of the pre-Marxist period, used to say. Since Chernyshevsky's time, disregard or forgetfulness of this truth has cost Russian revolutionaries countless sacrifices. We must strive at all costs to prevent the left communists and West European and American revolutionaries that are devoted to the working class from paying as dearly as the backward Russians did to learn this truth. Prior to the downfall of Tsarism, the Russian Revolutionary Social Democrats made repeated use of the services of the bourgeois liberals, i.e., they concluded numerous practical compromises with the latter. In 1901-02, even prior to the appearance of Bolshevism, the old editorial board of Iskra, consisting of Plekhanov, Axelrod, Zasalich Martov, Potresev, and myself, concluded, not for long it is true, a formal political alliance with Stroeve, the political leader of bourgeois liberalism, while at the same time being able to wage an unremitting and most merciless ideological and political struggle against bourgeois liberalism, and against the slightest manifestation of its influence in the working class movement. The Bolsheviks have always adhered to this policy. Since 1905, they have systematically advocated an alliance between the working class and the peasantry against the liberal bourgeoisie and Tsarism, never, however, refusing to support the bourgeoisie against Tsarism. For instance, during second rounds of elections or during second ballots, and never ceasing their relentless ideological and political struggle against the socialist revolutionaries, the bourgeois revolutionary peasant party, exposing them as petty bourgeois democrats, who have falsely described themselves as socialists. During the Duma elections of 1907, the Bolsheviks entered briefly into a formal political bloc with the Socialist Revolutionaries. Between 1903 and 1912, there were periods of several years in which we were formally united with the Mensheviks in a single social democratic party. But we never stopped our ideological and political struggle against them as opportunists and vehicles of bourgeois influence on the proletariat. During the war, we concluded certain compromises with the Kautskyites, with the left Mensheviks, Martov, and with a section of the Socialist Revolutionaries, Chernov and Natansin. We were together with them at Zimmerwald and Kianthal, and issued joint manifestos. However, we never ceased and never relaxed our ideological and political struggle against the Kautskyites, Martov and Chernov, when Natansin died in 1919, a, quote, revolutionary communist, Narodnik. He was very close to and almost in agreement with us. At the very moment of the October Revolution, we entered into an informal but very important and very successful political bloc with the petty bourgeois peasantry by adopting the Socialist Revolutionary Agrarian Program in its entirety, without a single alteration, i.e., we effected an undeniable compromise in order to prove to the peasants that we wanted not to steamroller them, but to reach agreement with them. At the same time, we proposed, and soon after effected, a formal political bloc, including participation in the government, with the left Socialist Revolutionaries, who dissolved this bloc after the conclusion of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and then, in July 1918, went to the length of an armed rebellion, and subsequently of an armed struggle with us, against us. It is therefore understandable why the attacks made by the German lefts against the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Germany for entertaining the idea of a bloc with the Independents, the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, the Kautskyites, are absolutely inane, in our opinion, and clear proof that the lefts are in the wrong. In Russia, too, there were right Mensheviks, participants in the Kerensky government, who corresponded to the German Scheidemans and left Mensheviks, Martov, corresponding to the German Kautskyites and standing in opposition to the right Mensheviks. A gradual shift of the worker masses from the Mensheviks over to the Bolsheviks was to be clearly seen in 1917. At the first All-Russia Congress of Soviets, held in June 1917, we had only 13% of the votes. The Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks had a majority. At the Second Congress of Soviets, October 25th, 1917, old style, we had 51% of the votes. Why is it that in Germany the same and absolutely identical shift of the workers from right to left did not immediately strengthen the communists, but first strengthened the Midway Independent Party, although the latter never had independent political ideas or an independent policy, but merely wavered between the Scheidemans and the communists? One of the evident reasons was the erroneous tactics of the German communists, who must fearlessly and honestly admit this error and learn to rectify it. The error consisted in their denial of the need to take part in the reactionary bourgeois parliaments and in the reactionary trade unions. The error consisted in numerous manifestations of that, quote, left-wing infantile disorder, which has now come to the surface, and will consequently be cured the more thoroughly, the more rapidly, and with greater advantage to the organism. The German Independent Social Democratic Party is obviously not a homogeneous body. Alongside the old opportunist leaders, Kautsky, Hilferding, and apparently to a considerable extent, Crispien, Ledebour, and others. These have revealed their inability to understand the significance of Soviet power and the dictatorship of the proletariat, and their inability to lead the proletariat's revolutionary struggle. There has emerged in this party a left and proletarian wing, which is growing most rapidly. Hundreds of thousands of members of this party, which has, I think, a membership of some 750,000, are proletarians who are abandoning Scheidemann and are rapidly going over to communism. This proletarian wing has already proposed, at the Leipzig Congress of the Independents, 1919, immediate and unconditional affiliation to the Third International. To fear a, quote, compromise with this wing of the party is positively ridiculous. On the contrary, it is the duty of communists to seek and find a suitable form of compromise with them. A compromise which, on the one hand, will facilitate and accelerate the necessary complete fusion with this wing, and, on the other, will in no way hamper the communists in their ideological and political struggle against the opportunist right wing of the independents. It will probably be no easy matter to devise a suitable form of compromise. But only a charlatan could promise the German workers and the German communists an, quote, easy road to victory. Capitalism would not be capitalism if the proletariat pur sang were not surrounded by a large number of exceedingly motley types intermediate between the proletarian and the semi-proletarian, who earns his livelihood in part by the sale of his labor power. Between the semi-proletarian and the small peasant, and petty artisan, handicraft worker, and small master in general. Between the small peasant and the middle peasant, and so on. And if the proletariat itself were not divided into more developed and less developed strata, if it were not divided according to territorial origin, trade, sometimes according to religion, and so on. From all this follows the necessity, the absolute necessity, for the Communist Party, the vanguard of the proletariat, its class-conscious section, to resort to changes of tack, to conciliation and compromises with the various groups of proletarians, with the various parties of the workers and small masters. It is entirely a matter of knowing how to apply these tactics in order to raise, not lower, the general level of proletarian class consciousness, revolutionary spirit, and ability to fight and win. Incidentally, it should be noted that the Bolsheviks' victory over the Mensheviks called for the application of tactics of changes of tack, conciliation, and compromises, not only before, but also after the October Revolution of 1917. But the changes of tack and compromises were, of course, such as assisted, boosted, and consolidated the Bolsheviks at the expense of the Mensheviks. The petty bourgeois Democrats, including the Mensheviks, inevitably vacillate between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, between bourgeois democracy and the Soviet system, between reformism and revolutionism, between love for the workers and fear of the proletarian dictatorship, etc. The communists' proper tactics should consist in utilizing these vacillations, not ignoring them. Utilizing them calls for concessions to elements that are turning towards the proletariat. Whenever, and in the measure that they turn towards the proletariat, in addition to fighting those who turn towards the bourgeoisie. As a result of the application of the correct tactics, Menshevism began to disintegrate, and has been disintegrating more and more in our country. The stubbornly opportunist leaders are being isolated, and the best of the workers and the best elements among the petty bourgeois Democrats are being brought into our camp. This is a lengthy process, and the hasty, quote, decision, no compromises, no maneuvers, can only prejudice the strengthening of the revolutionary proletariat's influence and the enlargement of its forces. Lastly, one of the undoubted errors of the German lefts lies in their downright refusal to recognize the Treaty of Versailles. The more weightily and pompously, the more emphatically and peremptorily this viewpoint is formulated, by K. Homer, for instance, the less sense it seems to make. It is not enough, under the present conditions of the international proletarian revolution, to repudiate the preposterous absurdities of, quote, national Bolshevism, Laufenberg and others, which has gone to the length of advocating a bloc with the German bourgeoisie for a war against the Entente. One must realize that it is utterly false tactics to refuse to admit that a Soviet Germany, if a German Soviet Republic were to soon arise, would have to recognize the Treaty of Versailles for a time and to submit to it. From this, it does not follow that the independents, at a time when the Scheidemans were in the government, when the Soviet government in Hungary had not yet been overthrown, and when it was still possible that a Soviet revolution in Vienna would support Soviet Hungary, were right, under the circumstances, in putting forward the demand that the Treaty of Versailles should be signed. At that time the independents tacked and maneuvered very clumsily, for they more or less accepted responsibility for the Scheidemann traitors, and more or less backslid from advocacy of a ruthless, and most calmly conducted, class war against the Scheidemans, to advocacy of a classless or above-class standpoint. In the present situation, however, the German communists should obviously not deprive themselves of freedom of action by giving a positive and categorical promise to repudiate the Treaty of Versailles in the event of communism's victory. That would be absurd. They should say, the Scheidemans and the Kautskyites have committed a number of acts of treachery hindering, and in part quite ruining, the chances of an alliance with Soviet Russia and Soviet Hungary. We communists will do all we can to facilitate and pave the way for such an alliance. However, we are in no way obligated to repudiate the Treaty of Versailles, come what may, or to do so at once. The possibility of its successful repudiation will depend not only on the German, but also on the international successes of the Soviet movement. The Scheidemans and the Kautskyites have hampered this movement. We are helping it. That is the gist of the matter. Therein lies the fundamental difference. And if our class enemies, the exploiters and their Scheidemann and Kautskyite lackeys, have missed many an opportunity of strengthening both the German and the international Soviet movement, of strengthening both the German and the international Soviet revolution, the blame lies with them. The Soviet revolution in Germany will strengthen the international Soviet movement, which is the strongest bulwark and the only reliable, invincible, and worldwide bulwark against the Treaty of Versailles and against international imperialism in general. To give absolute, categorical, and immediate precedence to liberation from the Treaty of Versailles, and to give it precedence over the question of liberating other countries oppressed by imperialism from the yoke of imperialism, is Philistine nationalism, worthy of the Kautskys, the Hilferdings, the Otto Bauers and company, not revolutionary internationalism. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie in any of the large European countries, including Germany, would be such a gain for the international revolution that, for its sake, one can, and if necessary should, tolerate a more prolonged existence of the Treaty of Versailles. If Russia, standing alone, could endure the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk for several months, to the advantage of the revolution, there is nothing impossible in a Soviet Germany, allied with Soviet Russia, enduring the existence of the Treaty of Versailles for a longer period, to the advantage of the revolution. The imperialists of France, Britain, etc. are trying to provoke and ensnare the German communists. Say that you will not sign the Treaty of Versailles, they urge. Like babes, the left communists fall into the trap laid for them, instead of skillfully maneuvering against the crafty and, at present, stronger enemy. And instead of telling him, we shall sign the Treaty of Versailles now. It is folly, not revolutionism, to deprive ourselves in advance of any freedom of action, openly to inform an enemy who is at present better armed than we are, whether we shall fight him, and when. To accept battle at a time when it is obviously advantageous to the enemy, but not to us, is criminal. Political leaders of the revolutionary class are absolutely useless if they are incapable of changing tack or offering conciliation and compromise, in order to take evasive action in a patently disadvantageous battle. End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Section. Quote, left-wing communism in Great Britain. There is no Communist Party in Great Britain as yet, but there is a fresh, broad, powerful, and rapidly growing communist movement among the workers, which justifies the best hopes. There are several political parties and organizations: the British Socialist Party, the Socialist Labour Party, the South Wales Socialist Society, the Workers' Socialist Federation, which desire to form a communist party, and are already negotiating among themselves to this end. In its issue of February 21st, 1920, the Workers' Dreadnought, weekly organ of the last of the organizations mentioned, carried an article by the editor, Comrade Sylvia Pankhurst, entitled, quote, Towards a Communist Party. The article outlines the progress of the negotiations between the four organizations mentioned for the formation of a united Communist Party on the basis of affiliation to the Third International, the recognition of the Soviet system instead of parliamentarism, and the recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It appears that one of the greatest obstacles to the immediate formation of a united Communist Party is presented by the disagreement on the questions of participation in Parliament and on whether the new Communist Party should affiliate to the old, trade unionist, opportunist, and social chauvinist Labour Party, which is mostly made up of trade unions. The Workers' Socialist Federation and Socialist Labor Party are opposed to taking part in parliamentary elections and in Parliament. And they are opposed to affiliation to the Labor Party. In this, they disagree with all, or with most of the members of the British Socialist Party, which they regard as right wing of the Communist parties in Great Britain. See Sylvia Pankhurst's article. Thus, the main division is the same as in Germany, notwithstanding the enormous difference in the forms in which the disagreements manifest themselves. In Germany, the form is far closer to the Russian than it is in Great Britain, and in a number of other things. Let us examine the arguments of the lefts. On the question of participation in Parliament, Comrade Sylvia Pankhurst refers to an article in the same issue by Comrade Gallagher, who writes in the name of the Scottish Workers' Council in Glasgow. The above council, he writes, beginning of long quote, is definitely anti-parliamentarian, and has behind it the left wing of the various political bodies. We represent the revolutionary movement in Scotland, striving continually to build up a revolutionary organization within the industries in various branches of production, and a communist party based on social committees throughout the country. For a considerable time, we have been sparring with the official parliaments. We have not considered it necessary to declare open warfare on them, and they are afraid to do an open attack on us. But this state of affairs cannot long continue. We are winning all along the line. The rank and file of the ILP in Scotland is becoming more and more disgusted with the thought of Parliament. And the Soviets, the Russian word transliterated into English is used, or workers' councils, are being supported by almost every branch. This is very serious, of course, for the gentlemen who look to politics for a profession, and they are using any and every means to persuade their members to come back into the parliamentary fold. Revolutionary comrades must not, all the italics are the authors, give any support to this gang. Our fight here is going to be a difficult one. One of the worst features of it will be the treachery of those whose personal ambition is a more impelling force than their regard for the revolution. Any support given to parliamentarism is simply assisting to put power into the hands of our British Scheidemans and Nosks. Henderson, Kleins, and company are hopelessly reactionary. The official ILP is more and more coming under the control of middle-class liberals, who have found their spiritual home in the camp of Messrs. MacDonald, Snowden, and company. The official ILP is bitterly hostile to the Third International. The rank and file is for it. Any support to the parliamentary opportunists is simply playing into the hands of the former. The BSP doesn't count at all here. What is wanted here is a sound revolutionary industrial organization, and a communist party working along clear, well-defined scientific lines. If our comrades can assist us in building these, we will take their help gladly. If they cannot, for God's sake let them keep out altogether, lest they betray the revolution by lending their support to the reactionaries, who are so eagerly clamoring for parliamentary honors. The question mark is the authors. and who are so anxious to prove that they can rule as effectively as the boss class politicians themselves. End of quote. In my opinion, this letter to the editor expresses excellently the temper and point of view of the young communists, or of rank-and-file workers who are only just beginning to accept communism. This temper is highly gratifying and valuable. We must learn to appreciate and to support it, for, in its absence, it would be hopeless to expect the victory of the proletarian revolution in Great Britain, or in any other country for that matter. People who can give expression to this temper of the masses, and are able to evoke such a temper, which is very often dormant, unconscious, and latent among the masses, should be appreciated and given every assistance. At the same time, we must tell them openly and frankly that a state of mind is by itself insufficient for leadership of the masses in a great revolutionary struggle, and that the cause of the revolution may well be harmed by certain errors that people who are most devoted to the cause of revolution are about to commit or are committing. Comrade Gallagher's letter undoubtedly reveals the rudiments of all the mistakes that are being made by the German left communists, and were made by the Russian left Bolsheviks in 1908 and 1918. The writer of the letter is full of a noble and working-class hatred for the bourgeois class politicians. A hatred understood and shared, however, not only by proletarians, but by all working people, by all kleinen Leuten, to use a German expression. In a representative of the oppressed and exploited masses, this hatred is truly the, quote, beginning of all wisdom, the basis of any socialist and communist movement and its success. The writer, however, has apparently lost sight of the fact that politics is a science and an art that does not fall from the skies or come gratis, and that, if it wants to overcome the bourgeoisie, the proletariat must train its own proletarian class politicians, of a kind in no way inferior to bourgeois politicians. The writer of the letter fully realizes that only worker soviets, not parliament, can be the instrument enabling the proletariat to achieve its aims. Those who have failed to understand this are, of course, out-and-out reactionaries. Even if they are most highly educated people, most experienced politicians, most sincere socialists, most erudite Marxists, and most honest citizens and fathers of families. But the writer of the letter does not even ask, it does not occur to him to ask, whether it is possible to bring about the Soviets' victory over Parliament without getting pro-Soviet politicians into Parliament, without disintegrating parliamentarism from within, without working within Parliament for the success of the Soviets in their forthcoming task of dispersing Parliament. Yet the writer of the letter expresses the absolutely correct idea that the Communist Party in Great Britain must act on scientific principles. Science demands, first, that the experience of other countries be taken into account, especially if these other countries, which are also capitalist, are undergoing, or have recently undergone, a very similar experience. Second, it demands that account be taken of all the forces, groups, parties, classes, and masses operating in a given country. And also that policy should not be determined only by the desires and views, but by the degree of class consciousness and the military of one group or one party alone. It is true that the Hendersons, the Kleinses, the MacDonalds, and the Snowdens are hopelessly reactionary. It is equally true that they want to assume power, though they would prefer a coalition with the bourgeoisie, that they want to, quote, rule along the old bourgeois lines, and that when they are in power, they will certainly behave like the Scheidemans and Nosks. All that is true. But it does not at all follow that to support them means treachery to the revolution. What does follow is that, in the interests of the revolution, working-class revolutionaries should give these gentlemen a certain amount of parliamentary support. To explain this idea, I shall take two contemporary British political documents. One, the speech delivered by Prime Minister Lloyd George on March 18, 1920, as reported in the Manchester Guardian of March 19, 1920, and two, the arguments of a, quote, left communist, Comrade Sylvia Pankhurst, in the article mentioned above. In his speech, Lloyd George entered into a polemic with Askeith, who had been especially invited to this meeting but declined to attend, and with those liberals who want, not a coalition with the Conservatives, but closer relations with the Labour Party. In the above-quoted letter, Comrade Gallagher also points to the fact that liberals are joining the Independent Labour Party. Lloyd George argued that a coalition, and a close coalition at that, between the Liberals and Conservatives was essential. Otherwise, there might be a victory for the Labour Party, which Lloyd George prefers to call socialists, and which is working for the, quote, common ownership of the means of production. It is known as communism in France, the leader of the British bourgeoisie said, putting it popularly for his audience. Liberal MPs who probably never knew it before. In Germany it was called socialism, and in Russia it was called Bolshevism, he went on to say. To liberals, this is unacceptable on principle, Lloyd George explained, because they stand in principle for private property. Quote, civilization is in jeopardy, the speaker declared, and consequently liberals and conservatives must unite. Beginning of long quote. If you go to the agricultural areas, said Lloyd George, I agree you have the old party divisions as strong as ever. They are removed from the danger. It does not walk their lanes. But when they see it, they will be as strong as some of these industrial constituencies are now. 4/5 of this country is industrial and commercial. Hardly 1/5 is agricultural. It is one of the things I have constantly in my mind when I think of the dangers of the future here. In France, the population is agricultural, and you have a solid body of opinion which does not move very rapidly, and which is not very easily excited by revolutionary movements. That is not the case here. This country is more top-heavy than any country in the world, and if it begins to rock, the crash here, for that reason, will be greater than in any land. End quote. From this, the reader will see that Mr. Lloyd George is not only a very intelligent man, but one who has learned a great deal from the Marxists. We too have something to learn from Lloyd George. Of definite interest is the following episode, which occurred in the course of the discussion after Lloyd George's speech. Beginning of quote. Mr. Wallace, MP. I should like to ask what the Prime Minister considers the effect might be in the industrial constituencies upon the industrial workers, so many of whom are liberals at the present time, and from whom we get so much support. Would not a possible result be to cause an immediate overwhelming accession of strength to the Labour Party from men who are at present our cordial supporters? Quote, Lloyd George's response. I take a totally different view. The fact that liberals are fighting among themselves undoubtedly drives a very considerable number of liberals in despair to the Labour Party, where you get a considerable body of liberals, very able men, whose business it is to discredit the government. The result is undoubtedly to bring a good accession of public sentiment to the Labour Party. It does not go to the liberals, who are outside. It goes to the Labour Party. The by-elections show that. End of quote. It may be said, in passing, that this argument shows in particular how muddled even the most intelligent members of the bourgeoisie have become, and how they cannot help committing irreparable blunders. That, in fact, is what will bring about the downfall of the bourgeoisie. Our people, however, may commit blunders, provided, of course, that they are not too serious and are rectified in time. And yet, in the long run, we'll prove the victors. The second political document is the following argument advanced by Comrade Sylvia Pankhurst, a left communist. Beginning of long quote. Comrade Inkman, the General Secretary of the British Socialist Party, refers to the Labour Party as the main body of the working class movement. Another comrade of the British Socialist Party, at the Third International, just held, put the British Socialist Party position more strongly. He said, "We regard the Labour Party as the organized working class." Quote continued. We do not take this view of the Labour Party. The Labour Party is very large numerically, though its membership is, to a great extent, quiescent and apathetic, consisting of men and women who have joined the trade unions because their workmates are trade unionists, and to share the friendly benefits. But we recognize that the great size of the Labour Party is also due to the fact that it is the creation of a school of thought beyond which the majority of the British working class has not yet emerged, though great changes are at work in the mind of the people which will presently alter this state of affairs. The British Labour Party, like the social patriotic organizations of other countries, will, in the natural development of society, inevitably come into power. It is for the communists to build up the forces that will overthrow the social patriots. And in this country, we must not delay or falter in that work. We must not dissipate our energy in adding to the strength of the Labour Party. Its rise to power is inevitable. We must concentrate on making a communist movement that will vanquish it. The Labour Party will soon be forming a government. The revolutionary opposition must make ready to attack it. End quote. Thus, the liberal bourgeoisie are abandoning the historical system of two parties of exploiters, which has been hollowed by centuries of experience and has been extremely advantageous to the exploiters, and consider it necessary for these two parties to join forces against the Labor Party. A number of liberals are deserting to the Labor Party like rats from a sinking ship. The left communists believe that the transfer of power to the Labor Party is inevitable, and admit that it now has the backing of most workers. From this, they draw the strange conclusion, which Comrade Sylvia Pankhurst formulates as follows. Beginning of quote. The Communist Party must not compromise. The Communist Party must keep its doctrine pure, and its independence of reformism inviolate. Its mission is to lead the way, without stopping or turning, by the direct road to the communist revolution. End of quote. On the contrary, the fact that most British workers still follow the lead of the British Kerenskys or Scheidemans, and have not yet had experience of a government composed of these people, an experience which was necessary in Russia and Germany, so as to secure the mass transition of the workers to communism, undoubtedly indicates that the British Communists should participate in parliamentary action, that they should, from within Parliament, help the masses of the workers see the results of a Henderson and Snowden government in practice, and that they should help the Hendersons and Snowdens defeat the united forces of Lloyd George and Churchill. To act otherwise would mean hampering the cause of revolution, since revolution is impossible without a change in the views of the majority of the working class, a change brought about by the political experience of the masses, never by propaganda alone. To lead the way without compromises, without turning. This slogan is obviously wrong if it comes from a patently impotent minority of the workers, who know, or at all events should know, that given a Henderson and Snowden victory over Lloyd George and Churchill, the majority will soon become disappointed in their leaders and will begin to support communism, or at all events, will adopt an attitude of neutrality, and, in the main, of sympathetic neutrality towards the communists. It is as though 10,000 soldiers were to hurl themselves into battle against an enemy force of 50,000, when it would be proper to halt, take evasive action, or even effect a, quote, compromise, so as to gain time until the arrival of the 100,000 reinforcements that are on their way, but cannot go into action immediately. That is intellectualist childishness, not the serious tactics of a revolutionary class. The fundamental law of revolution, which has been confirmed by all revolutions, and especially by all three Russian revolutions in the 20th century, is as follows. For a revolution to take place, it is not enough for the exploited and oppressed masses to realize the impossibility of living in the old way, and demand changes. For a revolution to take place, it is essential that the exploiters should not be able to live and rule in the old way. It is only when the lower classes do not want to live in the old way, and the upper classes cannot carry on in the old way, that the revolution can triumph. This truth can be expressed in other words. Revolution is impossible without a nationwide crisis, affecting both the exploited and the exploiters. It follows that, for a revolution to take place, it is essential, first, that a majority of the workers, or at least a majority of the class conscious, thinking, and politically active workers should fully realize that revolution is necessary, and that they should be prepared to die for it. Second, that the ruling classes should be going through a governmental crisis, which draws even the most backward masses into politics. Symptomatic of any genuine revolution is a rapid, tenfold, and even hundredfold increase in the size of the working and oppressed masses, hitherto apathetic, who are capable of waging the political struggle, weakens the government, and makes it possible for the revolutionaries to rapidly overthrow it. Incidentally, as can also be seen from Lloyd George's speech, both conditions for a successful proletarian revolution are clearly maturing in Great Britain. The errors of the left communists are particularly dangerous at present, because certain revolutionaries are not displaying a sufficiently thoughtful, sufficiently attentive, sufficiently intelligent, and sufficiently shrewd attitude towards each of these conditions. If we are the party of a revolutionary class, and not merely a revolutionary group, and if we want the masses to follow us, and unless we achieve that, we stand the risk of remaining mere windbags, we must, first, help Henderson or Snowden to beat Lloyd George and Churchill, or rather, compel the former to beat the latter, because the former are afraid of their victory. Second, we must help the majority of the working class to be convinced by their own experience that we are right, that the Hendersons and Snowdens are absolutely good for nothing, that they are petty bourgeois and treacherous by nature, and that their bankruptcy is inevitable. Third, we must bring near the moment when, on the basis of the disappointment of most of the workers in the Hendersons, it will be possible, with serious chances of success, to overthrow the government of the Hendersons at once. Because if the most astute and stolid Lloyd George, that big, not petty, bourgeois, is displaying consternation, and is more and more weakening himself, and the bourgeoisie as a whole, by his, quote, friction with Churchill today and Asquith tomorrow, how much greater will be the consternation of a Henderson government? I will put it more concretely. In my opinion, the British communists should unite their four parties and groups, all very weak, and some of them very, very weak, into a single communist party on the basis of the principles of the Third International and of obligatory parliament participation in Parliament. The Communist Party should propose the following, quote, compromise, election agreement to the Hendersons and Snowdens. Let us jointly fight against the alliance between Lloyd George and the Conservatives. Let us share parliamentary seats in proportion to the number of workers' votes polled for the Labour Party and for the Communist Party, not in elections, but in a special ballot. And let us retain complete freedom of agitation, propaganda, and political activity. Of course, without this latter condition, we cannot agree to a bloc, for that would be treachery. The British communists must demand and get complete freedom to expose the Hendersons and the Snowdens, in the same way as, for 15 years, from 1903 to 1917, the Russian Bolsheviks demanded and got in respect of the Russian Hendersons and Snowdens, i.e., the Mensheviks. If the Hendersons and the Snowdens accept a bloc on these terms, We shall be the gainers, because the number of parliamentary seats is of no importance to us. We are not out for seats. We shall yield on this point, whilst the Hendersons, and especially their new friends, or new masters, the Liberals, who have joined the Independent Labour Party, are most eager to get seats. We shall be the gainers, because we shall carry our agitation among the masses, at a time when Lloyd George himself has incensed them. And we shall not only be helping the Labour Party to establish its government sooner, but shall also be helping the masses sooner to understand the communist propaganda that we shall carry on against the Hendersons, without any reticence or omission. If the Hendersons and the Snowdens reject a block with us on these terms, we shall gain still more, for we shall at once have shown the masses, note that, even in the purely Menshevik and completely opportunist Independent Labour Party, the rank and file are in favor of Soviets, that the Hendersons prefer their close relations with the capitalists to the unity of all the workers. We shall immediately gain in the eyes of the masses, who, particularly after the brilliant, highly correct, and highly useful to communism explanations given by Lloyd George, will be sympathetic to the idea of uniting all the workers against the Lloyd George Conservative Alliance. We shall gain immediately, because we shall have demonstrated to the masses that the Hendersons and the Snowdens are afraid to beat Lloyd George, afraid to assume power alone, and are striving to secure the secret support of Lloyd George, who is openly extending a hand to the Conservatives against the Labour Party. It should be noted that in Russia, after the Revolution of February 27, 1917, Old Style, the Bolsheviks' propaganda against the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, i.e. the Russian Hendersons and Snowdens, derived benefit precisely from a circumstance of this kind. We said to the Mensheviks and the Socialist Revolutionaries, assume full power without the bourgeoisie, because you have a majority in the Soviets, at the first All-Russia Congress of Soviets, in June 1917, the Bolsheviks had only 13% of the votes. But the Russian Hendersons and Snowdens were afraid to assume power without the bourgeoisie. And when the bourgeoisie held up the elections to the Constituent Assembly, knowing full well that the elections would give a majority to the Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks, who formed a close political bloc, and in fact represented only petty bourgeois democracy, the Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks were unable energetically and consistently to oppose these delays. If the Hendersons and the Snowdens reject a bloc with the Communists, the latter will immediately gain by winning the sympathy of the masses and discrediting the Hendersons and Snowdens. If, as a result, we do lose a few parliamentary seats, it is a matter of no significance to us. We would put up our candidates in a very few but absolutely safe constituencies, namely, constituencies where our candidatures would not give any seats to the Liberals at the expense of the Labour candidates. We would take part in the election campaign, distribute leaflets agitating for communism, and in all constituencies where we have no candidates, we would urge the electors to vote for the Labour candidate and against the bourgeois candidate. Comrades Sylvia Pankhurst and Gallagher are mistaken in thinking that this is a betrayal of communism, or a renunciation of the struggle against the social traitors. On the contrary, the cause of communist revolution would undoubtedly gain thereby. At present, British communists very often find it hard even to approach the masses, and even to get a hearing from them. If I come out as a communist and call upon them to vote for Henderson and against Lloyd George, they will certainly give me a hearing. And I shall be able to explain in a popular manner not only why the Soviets are better than a parliament, and why the dictatorship of the proletariat is better than the dictatorship of Churchill, disguised with the signboard of bourgeois, quote, democracy, but also that, with my vote, I want to support Henderson in the same way as the rope supports a hanged man. That the impending establishment of a government of the Hendersons will prove that I am right, will bring the masses over to my side, and will hasten the political death of the Hendersons and the Snowdens, just as was the case with their kindred spirits in Russia and Germany. If the objection is raised that these tactics are too subtle or too complex for the mass to understand, that these tactics will split and scatter our forces, will prevent us from concentrating them on Soviet revolution, etc., I will reply to the, quote, left objectors. Don't ascribe your doctrinarism to the masses. The masses in Russia are no doubt no better educated than the masses in Britain. If anything, they are less so. Yet the masses understood the Bolsheviks, and the fact that, in September 1917, on the eve of the Soviet Revolution, the Bolsheviks put up their candidates for a bourgeois parliament, the Constituent Assembly. And on the day after the Soviet Revolution, in November 1917, took part in the elections to this Constituent Assembly, which they got rid of on January 5th, 1918. This did not hamper the Bolsheviks, but on the contrary helped them. I cannot deal here with the second point of disagreement among the British communists, the question of affiliation or non-affiliation to the Labour Party. I have too little material at my disposal on this question, which is highly complex because of the unique character of the British Labour Party, whose very structure is so unlike that of the political parties usual in the European continent. It is beyond doubt, however, first, that, in this question too, those who try to deduce the tactics of the revolutionary proletariat from principles such as, quote, the Communist Party must keep its doctrine pure and its independence of reformism inviolate. Its mission is to lead the way, without stopping or turning, by the direct road to the communist revolution, end quote, will inevitably fall into error. Such principles are merely a repetition of the mistake made by the French Blanquist communards, who, in 1874, quote, repudiated all compromises and all intermediate stages. Second, it is beyond doubt that, in this question too, as always, the task consists in learning to apply the general and basic principles of communism to the specific relations between classes and parties, to the specific features in the objective development towards communism, which are different in each country, and which we must be able to discover, study, and predict. This, however, should be discussed, not in connection with British communism alone, but in connection with general conclusions concerning the development of communism in all capitalist countries. We shall now proceed to deal with this subject. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. Several conclusions. The Russian bourgeois revolution of 1905 revealed a highly original turn in world history. In one of the most backward capitalist countries, the strike movement attained a scope and power unprecedented anywhere in the world. In the first month of 1905 alone, the number of strikes was 10 times the annual average for the previous decade, 1895 to 1904. From January to October 1905, strikes grew all the time and reached enormous proportions. Under the influence of a number of unique historical conditions, backward Russia was the first to show the world not only the growth, by leaps and bounds, of the independent activity of the oppressed masses in time of revolution. This had occurred in all great revolutions. But also that the significance of the proletariat is infinitely greater than its proportion in the total population. It showed a combination of the economic strike and the political strike, with the latter developing into an armed uprising, and the birth of the Soviets, a new form of mass struggle and mass organization of the classes oppressed by capitalism. The revolutions of February and October 1917 led to the all-round development of the Soviets on a nationwide scale, and to their victory in the proletarian socialist revolution. In less than 2 years, the international character of the Soviets, the spread of this form of struggle and organization to the world working class movement, and the historical mission of the Soviets as the gravedigger, heir, and successor of bourgeois parliamentarism and of bourgeois democracy in general, all became clear. But that is not all. The history of the working class movement now shows that, in all countries, it is about to go through, and is already going through, a struggle waged by communism, emergent, gaining strength, and advancing towards victory, against, primarily, Menshevism, i.e. opportunism and social chauvinism, the home brand in each particular country. And then, as a complement, so to say, left-wing communism. The former struggle has developed in all countries, apparently without any exception, as a duel between the Second International, already virtually dead, and the Third International. The latter struggle is to be seen in Germany, Great Britain, Italy, America, at any rate, a certain section of the industrial workers of the world and of the anarcho-syndicalist trends upholds the errors of left-wing communism, alongside of an almost universal and almost unreserved acceptance of the Soviet system. And in France, the attitude of a section of the former syndicalists towards the political party and parliamentarism, also alongside of the acceptance of the Soviet system. In other words, the struggle is undoubtedly being waged, not only on an international, but even on a worldwide scale. But while the working class movement is everywhere going through what is actually the same kind of preparatory school for victory over the bourgeoisie, it is achieving that development in its own way in each country. The big and advanced capitalist countries are traveling this road far more rapidly than did Bolshevism, to which history granted 15 years to prepare itself for victory, as an organized political trend. In the brief space of a year, the Third International has already scored a decisive victory. It has defeated the yellow, social chauvinist Second International, which only a few months ago was incomparably stronger than the Third International, seems stable and powerful, and enjoyed every possible support, direct and indirect, material, cabinet posts, passports, the press, and ideological, from the world bourgeoisie. It is now essential that communists of every country should quite consciously take into account both the fundamental objectives of the struggle against opportunism and, quote, left doctrinarism, and the concrete features which the struggle assumes and must inevitably assume in each country, in conformity with the specific character of its economics, politics, culture, and national composition, Ireland, etc., its colonies, religious divisions, and so on and so forth. Dissatisfaction with the Second International is felt everywhere, and is spreading and growing, both because of its opportunism and because of its inability or incapacity to create a really centralized and really leading center, capable of directing the international tactics of the revolutionary proletariat in its struggle for a world Soviet republic. It should be clearly realized that such a leading center can never be built upon a stereotyped, mechanically equated, and identical tactical rule of struggle. As long as national and state distinctions exist among peoples and countries, and these will continue to exist for a very long time to come, even after the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established on a worldwide scale. The unity of the international tactics of the communist working class movement in all countries demands not the elimination of a variety of the suppression of national distinctions, which is a pipe dream at present, but an application of the fundamental principles of communism, Soviet power, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, which will correctly modify these principles in certain particulars, correctly adapt and apply them to national and national state distinctions, to seek out, investigate, predict, and grasp that which is nationally specific and nationally distinctive in the concrete manner in which each country should tackle a single international task. Victory over opportunism and left doctrinarism within the working class movement, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the establishment of a Soviet republic and a proletarian dictatorship. Such is the basic task in the historical period that all the advanced countries, and not they alone, are going through. The chief thing, though, of course, far from everything, the chief thing, has already been achieved. The vanguard of the working class has been won over, has ranged itself on the side of Soviet government and against parliamentarism, on the side of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and against the bourgeois democracy. All efforts and all attention should now be concentrated on the next step, which may seem, and from a certain viewpoint actually is, less fundamental, but, on the other hand, is actually closer to a practical accomplishment of the task. That step is the search after forms of the transition or the approach to the proletarian revolution. The proletarian vanguard has been won over ideologically. That is the main thing. Without this, not even the first step towards victory can be made. But that is still quite a long way from victory. Victory cannot be won with a vanguard alone. To throw only the vanguard into the decisive battle, before the entire class, the broad masses, have taken up a position either of direct support for the vanguard, or at least of sympathetic neutrality towards it, and a precluded support for the enemy would be not merely foolish, but criminal. Propaganda and agitation alone are not enough for an entire class. The broad masses of the working people, those oppressed by capital, to take up such a stand. For that, the masses must have their own political experience. Such is the fundamental law of all great revolutions, which has been confirmed with compelling force and vividness, not only in Russia, but in Germany as well. To turn resolutely towards communism, it was necessary, not only for the ignorant and often illiterate masses of Russia, but also for the literate and well-educated masses of Germany, to realize from their own bitter experience the absolute impotence and spinelessness, the absolute helplessness and servility to the bourgeoisie, and the utter vileness of the government of the paladins of the Second International. They had to realize that a dictatorship of the extreme reactionaries, Kornilov in Russia, Kapp and Company in Germany, is inevitably the only alternative to a dictatorship of the proletariat. The immediate objective of the class-conscious vanguard of the international working-class movement, i.e., the communist parties, groups, and trends, is to be able to lead the broad masses, who are still, for the most part, apathetic, inert, dormant, and convention-ridden, to their new position, or rather, to be able to lead, not only their own party, but also these masses in their advance and transition to the new position. While the first historical objective, that of winning over the class-conscious vanguard of the proletariat to the side of Soviet power and the dictatorship of the working class, could not have been reached without a complete ideological and political victory over opportunism and social chauvinism. The second and immediate objective, which consists in being able to lead the masses to a new position, ensuring the victory of the vanguard in the revolution, cannot be reached without the liquidation of left doctrinarism, and without a full elimination of its errors. As long as it was, and inasmuch as it still is, a question of winning the proletariat's vanguard over to the side of communism, priority went and still goes to propaganda work. Even propaganda circles, with all their parochial limitations, are useful under these conditions and produce good results. But when it is a question of practical action by the masses, of the disposition, if one may so put it, of vast armies, of the alignment of all the class forces in a given society for the final and decisive battle, then propagandist methods alone, the mere repetition of the truths of pure communism, are of no avail. In these circumstances, one must not count in thousands, like the propagandist belonging to a small group that has not yet given leadership to the masses. In these circumstances, one must count in millions and tens of millions. In these circumstances, we must ask ourselves, not only whether we have convinced the vanguard of the revolutionary class, but also whether the historically effective forces of all classes, positively of all the classes in a given society without exception, are arrayed in such a way that the decisive battle is at hand, in such a way that, 1. All the class forces hostile to us have become sufficiently entangled, are sufficiently at loggerheads with each other, have sufficiently weakened themselves in a struggle which is beyond their strength. 2. All the vacillating and unstable intermediate elements, the petty bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeois democrats, as distinct from the bourgeoisie, have sufficiently exposed themselves in the eyes of the people, have sufficiently disgraced themselves through their practical bankruptcy. And 3. Among the proletariat, a mass sentiment favoring the most determined, bold, and dedicated revolutionary action against the bourgeoisie has emerged and begun to grow vigorously. Then revolution is indeed ripe. Then, indeed, if we have correctly gauged all the conditions indicated and summarized above, and if we have chosen the right moment, our victory is assured. The differences between the Churchills and the Lloyd Georges, with insignificant national distinctions. These political types exist in all countries. On the one hand, and between the Hendersons and the Lloyd Georges on the other, are quite minor and unimportant from the standpoint of pure, i.e. abstract communism, i.e. communism that has not yet matured to the stage of practical political action by the masses. However, from the standpoint of this practical action by the masses, these differences are most important. To take due account of these differences, and to determine the moment when the inevitable conflicts between these, quote, friends, which weaken and enfeeble all the friends taken together, will have to come to a head. That is the concern, the task, of a communist who wants to be, not merely a class-conscious and convinced propagandist of ideas, but a practical leader of the masses in the revolution. It is necessary to link the strictest devotion to the ideas of communism with the ability to effect all the necessary practical compromises, tacks, conciliatory maneuvers, zigzags, retreats, and so on, in order to speed up the achievement and then loss of political power by the Hendersons, the heroes of the Second International, if we are not to name individual representatives of petty bourgeois democracy who call themselves socialists. To accelerate their inevitable bankruptcy in practice, which will enlighten the masses in the spirit of our ideas, in the direction of communism. To accelerate the inevitable friction, quarrels, conflicts, and complete disintegration among the Hendersons, the Lloyd Georges, and the Churchills, the Mensheviks, the Socialist Revolutionaries, the Constitutional Democrats, the Monarchists, the Scheidemans, the bourgeoisie and the Kappists, etc. To select the proper moment when the discord among these pillars of sacrosanct private property is at its height, so that, through a decisive offensive, the proletariat will defeat them all and capture political power. History as a whole, and the history of revolutions in particular, is always richer in content, more varied, more multiform, more lively, and ingenious than is imagined by even the best parties, the most class-conscious vanguards of the most advanced classes. This can readily be understood, because even the finest of vanguards express the class consciousness, will, passion, and imagination of tens of thousands. Whereas, at moments of great upsurge and the exertion of all human capacities, revolutions are made by the class consciousness, will, passion, and imagination of tens of millions, spurred on by a most acute struggle of classes. Two very important practical conclusions follow from this. First, that in order to accomplish its task, the revolutionary class must be able to master all forms or aspects of social activity without exception, completing after the capture of political power, sometimes at great risk and with very great danger, what it did not complete before the capture of power. Second, that the revolutionary class must be prepared for the most rapid and brusque replacement of one form by another. One will readily agree that any army which does not train to use all the weapons, all the means and methods of warfare that the enemy possesses or may possess, is behaving in an unwise or even criminal manner. This applies to politics even more than it does to the art of war. In politics, it is even harder to know in advance which methods of struggle will be applicable and to our advantage in certain future conditions. Unless we learn to apply all the methods of struggle, we may suffer grave and sometimes even decisive defeat. If changes beyond our control in the position of other classes bring to the forefront a form of activity in which we are especially weak. If, however, we learn to use all the methods of struggle, victory will be certain, because we represent the interests of the really foremost and really revolutionary class, even if circumstances do not permit us to make use of weapons that are most dangerous to the enemy, weapons that deal the swiftest mortal blows. Inexperienced revolutionaries often think that legal methods of struggle are opportunist, because, in this field, the bourgeoisie has most frequently deceived and duped the workers, particularly in, quote, peaceful and non-revolutionary times, while illegal methods of struggle are revolutionary. That, however, is wrong. The truth is that those parties and leaders are opportunists and traitors to the working class that are unable or unwilling, do not say I can't, say I shan't, to use illegal methods of struggle in conditions such as those which prevailed. For example, during the imperialist war of 1914-18, when the bourgeoisie of the freest democratic countries most brazenly and brutally deceived the workers and smothered the truth about the predatory character of the war. But revolutionaries who are incapable of combining illegal forms of struggle with every form of legal struggle are poor revolutionaries indeed. It is not difficult to be a revolutionary when revolution has already broken out and is in spate, when all people are joining the revolution just because they are carried away, because it is the vogue, and sometimes even from careerist motives. After its victory, the proletariat has to make most strenuous efforts, even the most painful, so as to liberate itself from such pseudo-revolutionaries. It is far more difficult, and far more precious, to be a revolutionary when the conditions for direct, open, really mass and really revolutionary struggle do not yet exist. To be able to champion the interests of the revolution by propaganda, agitation, and organization in non-revolutionary bodies, and quite often in downright reactionary bodies, in a non-revolutionary situation, among the masses who are incapable of immediately appreciating the need for revolutionary methods of action. To be able to seek, find, and correctly determine the specific path or the particular turn of events that will lead the masses to the real, decisive, and final revolutionary struggle. Such is the main objective of communism in Western Europe and in America today. Britain is an example. We cannot tell, no one can tell in advance, how soon a proletarian revolution will flare up there, and what immediate cause will most serve to rouse, kindle, and impel into the struggle the very wide masses who are still dormant. Hence, it is our duty to carry on all our preparatory work in such a way as to be, quote, well shod on all 4 feet, as the late Plekhanov when he was a Marxist and a revolutionary, was fond of saying. It is possible that the breach will be forced, the ice broken, by a parliamentary crisis, or by a crisis arising from colonial and imperialist contradictions, which are hopelessly entangled and are becoming increasingly painful and acute, or perhaps by some third cause, etc. We are not discussing the kind of struggle that will determine the fate of the proletarian revolution in Great Britain. No communist has any doubt on that score. For all of us, this is a foregone conclusion. What we are discussing is the immediate cause that will bring into motion the now dormant proletarian masses, and lead them right up to the revolution. Let us not forget that in the French bourgeois republic, for example, in a situation which, from both the international and the national viewpoints, was 100 times less revolutionary than it is today, such an, quote, unexpected and petty cause as one of the many thousands of fraudulent machinations of the reactionary military caste, the Dreyfus case, was enough to bring the people to the brink of a civil war. In Great Britain, the communists should constantly, unremittingly, and unswervingly utilize parliamentary elections, and all the vicissitudes of the Irish, colonial, and world imperialist policy of the British government, and all other fields, spheres, and aspects of public life, and work in all of them in a new way, in a communist way, in the spirit of the Third, not the Second International. I have neither the time nor the space here to describe the Russian Bolshevik methods of participation in parliamentary elections and in the parliamentary struggle. I can, however, assure foreign communists that they were quite unlike the usual West European parliamentary campaigns. From that, the conclusion is often drawn, quote, well, that was in Russia. In our country, parliamentarism is different. This is a false conclusion. Communists, adherents of the Third International in all countries, exist for the purpose of changing, all along the line, in all spheres of life, the old socialist, trade unionist, syndicalist, and parliamentary type of work into a new type of work, the communist. In Russia, too, there was always an abundance of opportunism, purely bourgeois sharp practices, and capitalist rigging in the elections. In Western Europe and in America, the communists must learn to create a new, uncustomary, non-opportunist, and non-careerist parliamentarism. The Communist Party must issue their slogans, true proletarians, with the help of the unorganized and downtrodden poor, should distribute leaflets, canvass workers' houses, and cottages of the rural proletarians and peasants in the remote villages. Fortunately, there are many times fewer remote villages in Europe than in Russia, and in Britain the number is very small. They should go into the public houses, penetrate into unions, societies, and chance gatherings of the common people, and speak to the people, not in learned, or very parliamentary, language. They should not at all strive to, quote, get seats in Parliament, but should everywhere try to get people to think, and draw the masses into the struggle, to take the bourgeoisie at its word, and utilize the machinery it has set up, the elections it has appointed, and the appeals it has made to the people. They should try to explain to the people what Bolshevism is, in a way that was never possible, under bourgeois rule, outside of election times. Exclusive, of course, of big-time strikes, in times of big strikes. when in Russia a similar apparatus for widespread popular agitation worked even more intensively. It is very difficult to do this in Western Europe, and extremely difficult in America. But it can and must be done. For the objectives of communism cannot be achieved without effort. We must work to accomplish practical tasks, ever more varied and ever more closely connected with all branches of social life, winning branch after branch and sphere after sphere from the bourgeoisie. In Great Britain, further, the work of propaganda, agitation, and organization among the armed forces and among the oppressed and underprivileged nationalities in their, quote, own state, Ireland, the colonies, must also be tackled in a new fashion, one that is not socialist, but communist, not reformist, but revolutionary. That is because, in the era of imperialism in general, and especially today after a war that was a sore trial to the peoples and has quickly opened their eyes to the truth, i.e., the fact that tens of millions were killed and maimed for the sole purpose of deciding whether the British or the German robbers should plunder the largest number of countries. All these spheres of social life, and heavily charged with inflammable material, and are creating numerous causes of conflicts, crises, and an intensification of the class struggle. We do not and cannot know which spark, of the innumerable sparks that are flying about in all countries as a result of the world economic and political crisis, will kindle the conflagration, in the sense of raising up the masses. We must, therefore, with our new and communist principles, set to work to stir up all and sundry, even the oldest, mustiest, and seemingly hopeless spheres. For otherwise we shall not be able to cope with our tasks, shall not be comprehensively prepared, shall not be in possession of all the weapons, and shall not prepare ourselves either to gain victory over the bourgeoisie, which arranged all aspects of social life, and has now disarranged them in its bourgeois fashion, or to bring about the impending communist reorganization of every sphere of life, following that victory. Since the proletarian revolution in Russia and its victories on an international scale, expected neither by the bourgeoisie nor the Philistines, the entire world has become different, and the bourgeoisie everywhere has become different too. It is terrified of Bolshevism, exasperated by it almost to the point of frenzy. And for that very reason it is, on the one hand, precipitating the progress of events, and, on the other, concentrating on the forcible suppression of Bolshevism, thereby weakening its own position in a number of other fields. In their tactics, the communists and all the advanced countries must take both these circumstances into account. When the Russian cadets in Kerensky began furiously to hound the Bolsheviks, especially since April 1917, and more particularly in June and July 1917, they overdid things. Millions of copies of bourgeois papers, clamoring in every key against the Bolsheviks, helped the masses to make an appraisal of Bolshevism, apart from the newspapers. All public life was full of discussions about Bolshevism, as a result of the bourgeoisie's zeal. Today, the millionaires of all countries are behaving on an international scale in a way that deserves our heartiest thanks. They are hounding Bolshevism with the same zeal as Kerensky and company did. They too are overdoing things, and helping us just as Kerensky did. When the French bourgeoisie makes Bolshevism the central issue in the elections, and accuses the comparatively moderate or vacillating socialists of being Bolsheviks, when the American bourgeoisie, which has completely lost its head, seizes thousands and thousands of people on suspicion of Bolshevism, creates an atmosphere of panic, and broadcasts stories of Bolshevik plots, when, despite all its wisdom and experience, the British bourgeoisie, the most, quote, solid in the world, makes incredible blunders, founds richly endowed anti-Bolshevik societies, creates a special literature on Bolshevism, and recruits an extra number of scientists, agitators, and clergymen to combat it, we must salute and thank the capitalists. They are working for us. They are helping us to get the masses interested in the essence and significance of Bolshevism. And they cannot do otherwise, for they have already failed to ignore Bolshevism and stifle it. But at the same time, the bourgeoisie sees practically only one aspect of Bolshevism: insurrection, violence, and terror. It therefore strives to prepare itself for resistance and opposition primarily in this field. It is possible that, in certain instances, in certain countries, and for certain brief periods, it will succeed in this. We must reckon with such an eventuality, and we have absolutely nothing to fear if it does succeed. Communism is emerging in positively every sphere of public life. Its beginnings are to be seen literally on all sides. The contagion, to use the favorite metaphor of the bourgeoisie and bourgeois police, the one mostly to their liking, has very thoroughly penetrated the organism and has completely permeated it. If special efforts are made to block one of the channels, the contagion will find another one, sometimes very unexpectedly. Life will assert itself. Let the bourgeoisie rave, work itself into a frenzy, go to extremes, commit follies, take vengeance on the Bolsheviks in advance, and endeavor to kill off, as in India, Hungary, Germany, etc., more hundreds, thousands, and hundreds of thousands of yesterday's and tomorrow's Bolsheviks. In acting thus, the bourgeoisie is acting as all historically doomed classes have done. Communists should know that, in any case, the future belongs to them. Therefore, we can, and must combine the most intense passion in the great revolutionary struggle with the coolest and most sober appraisal of the frenzied ravings of the bourgeoisie. The Russian Revolution was cruelly defeated in 1905. The Russian Bolsheviks were defeated in July 1917. Over 15,000 German communists were killed as a result of the wily provocation and cunning maneuvers of the Scheidemann and Nosk, who were working hand in glove with the bourgeoisie and the monarchist generals. White terror is raging in Finland and Hungary. But in all cases, in all countries, communism is becoming steeled and is growing. Its roots are so deep that persecution does not weaken or debilitate it, but only strengthens it. Only one thing is lacking to enable us to march forward more confidently and firmly to victory, namely, the universal and thorough awareness of all communists in all countries of the necessity to display the utmost flexibility in their tactics. The communist movement, which is developing magnificently, now lacks, especially in the advanced countries, this awareness and the ability to apply it in practice. That which happened to such leaders of the Second International, such highly erudite Marxists devoted to socialism as Kautsky, Otto Bauer, and others, could and should provide a useful lesson. They fully appreciated the need for flexible tactics. They themselves learned Marxist dialectic and taught it to others. And much of what they have done in this field will always remain a valuable contribution to socialist literature. However, in the application of this dialectic, they committed such an error, or proved to be so undialectical in practice, so incapable of taking into account the rapid change of forms and the rapid acquisition of new content by the old forms, that their fate is not much more enviable than that of Hyndman, Gesda, and Plekhanov. The principal reason for their bankruptcy was that they were hypnotized by a definite form of growth of the working class movement and socialism, forgot all about the one-sidedness of that form, were afraid to see the breakup which objective conditions made inevitable, and continued to repeat simple and, at first glance, incontestable axioms that had been learned by rote, like 3 is more than 2. But politics is more like algebra than higher than elementary arithmetic, and still more like higher than elementary mathematics. In reality, all the old form of the socialist movement have acquired a new content, and consequently a new symbol, the minus sign, which has appeared in front of all the figures. Our wiseacres, however, have stubbornly continued, and still continue, to persuade themselves and others that -3 is more than -2. We must see to it that communists do not make a similar mistake. Only in the opposite sense, or rather, we must see to it that a similar mistake, only made in the opposite sense by the, quote, left communists, is corrected as soon as possible and eliminated as rapidly and painlessly as possible. It is not only right doctrinarism that is erroneous. Left doctrinarism is erroneous too. Of course, the mistake of left doctrinarism in communism is at present 1,000 times less dangerous and less significant than that of right doctrinarism, i.e., social chauvinism and Kautskyism. But, after all, that is only due to the fact that left communism is a very young trend, is only just coming into being. It is only for this reason that, under certain conditions, the disease can be easily eradicated, and we must set to work with the utmost energy to eradicate it. The old forms burst asunder, for it turned out that their new content, anti-proletarian and reactionary, had attained an inordinate development. From the standpoint of the development of international communism, our work today has such a durable and powerful content for Soviet power and the dictatorship of the proletariat that it can and must manifest itself in any form, both new and old. It can and must regenerate, conquer, and subjugate all forms, not only the new, but also the old, not for the purpose of reconciling itself with the old, but for the purpose of making all and every form, new and old, a weapon for the complete and irrevocable victory of communism. The communists must exert every effort to direct the working class movement, and social development in general, along the straightest and shortest road to the victory of Soviet power and the dictatorship of the proletariat on a worldwide scale. That is an incontestable truth. But it is enough to take one a little step farther, a step that might seem to be in the same direction, and truth turns into error. We have only to say, as the German and British left communists do, that we recognize only one road, only the direct road, and that we will not permit tacking, conciliatory maneuvers, or compromising. And it will be a mistake which may cause, and in part has already caused and is causing, very grave prejudices to communism. Right doctrinarism persisted in recognizing only the old forms, and became utterly bankrupt, for it did not notice the new content. Left doctrinarism persists in the unconditional repudiation of certain old forms, failing to see that the new content is forcing its way through all and sundry forms, that it is our duty as communists to master all forms, to learn how, with the maximum rapidity, to supplement one form with another, to substitute one for another, and to adapt our tactics to any such change that does not come from our class or from our efforts. World revolution has been so powerfully stimulated and accelerated by the horrors, vileness, and abominations of the world imperialist war, and by the hopelessness of the situation created by it. This revolution is developing in scope and depth with such splendid rapidity, with such a wonderful variety of changing forms, with such an instructive practical refutation of all doctrinarism, that there is every reason to hope for a rapid and complete recovery of the international communist movement from the infantile disorder of, quote, left-wing communism. Written in April 27th, 1920. End. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section. Appendix. Before publishing houses in our country, which has been plundered by the imperialists of the whole world in revenge for the proletarian revolution, and which is still being plundered and blockaded by them, regardless of all promises they made to their workers, were able to bring out my pamphlet. Additional material arrived from abroad. Without claiming to present in my pamphlet anything more than the cursory notes of a publicist, I shall dwell briefly upon a few points. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section 1. The split among the German communists. The split among the communists in Germany is an accomplished fact. The, quote, lefts, or the, quote, opposition on principle, have formed a separate Communist Workers' Party, as distinct from the Communist Party. A split also seems imminent in Italy. I say seems, as I have only two additional issues, numbers 7 and 8, on the left newspaper, Il Soviet, in which the possibility of and necessity for a split is openly discussed. And mention is also made of a congress of the, quote, abstentionist group, or the boycottists, i.e., opponents of participation in Parliament, which group is still a part of the Italian Socialist Party. There is reason to fear that the split with the, quote, lefts, the anti-parliamentarians, in part anti-politicals too, who are opposed to any political party and to work in the trade unions, will become an international phenomenon, like the split between the centrists, i.e. Kautskyites, Longuetists, independentists, etc. Let that be so. At all events, a split is better than confusion, which hampers the ideological, theoretical, and revolutionary growth and maturing of the party, and is harmonious, really organized, practical work, which actually paves the way for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Let the lefts put themselves to a practical test on a national and international scale. Let them try to prepare for, and then implement, the dictatorship of the proletariat, without a rigorously centralized party with iron discipline, without the ability to become masters of every sphere, every branch, and every variety of political and cultural work. Practical experience will soon teach them. Only, every effort should be made to prevent the split with the lefts from impeding, or to see that it impedes as little as possible, the necessary amalgamation into a single party, inevitable in the near future, of all participants in the working class movement, who sincerely and conscientiously stand for Soviet government and the dictatorship of the proletariat. It was the exceptional good fortune of the Bolsheviks in Russia to have had 15 years for a systematic and consummated struggle, both against the Mensheviks, i.e. the opportunists and centrists, and against the lefts, long before the masses began direct action for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In Europe and America, the same work has now to be done by forced marches, so to say. Certain individuals, especially among unsuccessful aspirants to leadership, may, if they lack proletarian discipline and are not honest towards themselves, persist in their mistakes for a long time. However, when the time is ripe, the masses of the workers will themselves unite easily and rapidly, and unite all sincere communists to form a single party capable of establishing the Soviet system and the dictatorship of the proletariat. End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. 2. The communists and the independents in Germany. In this pamphlet, I have expressed the opinion that a compromise between the communists and the left wing of the independents is necessary and useful to communism, but will not be easy to bring about. Newspapers which I have subsequently received have confirmed this opinion on both points. Number 32 of the Red Flag, organ of the Central Committee, the Communist Party of Germany, Die Rote Fahne, Zentralorgan der Kommunistischen Partei Deutschland, Staatsbund of March 26, 1920, published a statement by this Central Committee regarding the Kapp-Lüttwitz military putsch and on the, quote, socialist government. This statement is quite correct both in its basic premise and its practical conclusions. The basic premise is that at present there is no, quote, objective basis for the dictatorship of the proletariat because the, quote, majority of the urban workers support the independents. The conclusion is a promise to be a, quote, loyal opposition, i.e. renunciation of preparations for a forceful overthrow, to a, quote, socialist government if it excludes bourgeois capitalist parties. End quote. In the main, this tactic is undoubtedly correct. Yet, even if minor inaccuracies of formulation should not be dwelt on, it is impossible to pass over in silence the fact that a government consisting of social traders should not, in an official statement by the Communist Party, be called socialist. That one should not speak of the exclusion of, quote, bourgeois capitalist parties, when the parties of both the Scheidemans and of the Kautskys and Crispiens are petty bourgeois democratic parties. That things should never be written that are contained in Section 4 of the statement, which reads, beginning of quote, a state of affairs in which political freedom can be enjoyed without restriction, and bourgeois democracy cannot operate as the dictatorship of capital. From the viewpoint of the development of the proletarian dictatorship, of the utmost importance in further winning the proletarian masses over to the side of communism. End quote. Such a state of affairs is impossible. Petty bourgeois leaders, the German Hendersons, Scheidemans, and Snowdens, Crispiens, do not and cannot go beyond the bounds of bourgeois democracy, which in its turn cannot but be a dictatorship of capital. To achieve the practical results that the Central Committee of the Communist Party had been quite rightly working for, there was no need to write such things, which are wrong in principle and politically harmful. It would have been sufficient to say, if one wished to observe parliamentary amenities, quote, as long as the majority of the urban workers follow the independence, we communists must do nothing to prevent those workers from getting rid of their last Philistine democratic, i.e. bourgeois capitalist, illusions by going through the experience of having a government of their, quote, own, end quote. That is sufficient ground for a compromise, which is really necessary and should consist in renouncing, for a certain period, all attempts at the forcible overthrow of a government which enjoys the confidence of a majority of the urban workers. But in everyday mass agitation, in which one is not bound by official parliamentary amenities, one might, of course, add, quote, let scoundrels like the Scheidemans and Philistines like the Kautskys and Crispiens reveal by their deeds how they have been fooled themselves, and how they are fooling the workers. Their clean government will itself do the cleanest job of all in cleansing the Augean stables of socialism, social democracy, and other forms of social treachery. End quote. The real nature of the present leaders of the leaders of whom it has been wrongly said that they have already lost all influence, whereas in reality they are even more dangerous to the proletariat than the Hungarian Social Democrats, who styled themselves communists and promised to, quote, support the dictatorship of the proletariat, was once again revealed during the German equivalent of the Kornilov revolt, i.e. the Kapp-Ludwig-Putsch. A small but striking illustration is provided by two brief articles, one by Karl Kautsky entitled, quote, Decisive Hours, and another by Arthur Crispien entitled, quote, On the Political Situation. These gentlemen are absolutely incapable of thinking and reasoning like revolutionaries. They are sniveling Philistine Democrats, who become 1,000 times more dangerous to the proletariat when they claim to be supporters of Soviet government and of the dictatorship of the proletariat, because, in fact, whenever a difficult and dangerous situation arises, they are sure to commit treachery, while, quote, sincerely believing that they are helping the proletariat. Did not the Hungarian Social Democrats, after rechristening themselves communists, also want to, quote, help the proletariat when, because of their cowardice and spinelessness, they considered the position of Soviet power in Hungary hopeless and went sniveling to the agents of the Entente capitalists and the Entente hangmen? End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Section 3. Turati and Company in Italy. The issues of the Italian newspaper Il Soviet referred to above fully confirm what I have said in the pamphlet about the Italian Socialist Party's error in tolerating such members, and even such a group of parliamentarians in their ranks. It is still further confirmed by an outside observer, like the Rome correspondent of the Manchester Guardian, organ of the British liberal bourgeoisie, whose interview with Turati is published in its issue of March 12, 1920. The correspondent writes, beginning of quote, Signor Turati's opinion is that the revolutionary peril is not such as to cause undue anxiety in Italy. The maximalists are fanning the fire of Soviet theories, only to keep the masses awake and excited. These theories are, however, merely legendary notions, unripe programs, incapable of being put to practical use. They are likely only to maintain the working classes in a state of expectation. The very men who use them as a lure to dazzle proletarian eyes find themselves compelled to fight a daily battle for the extortion of some often trifling economic advantages, so as to delay the moment when the working classes will lose their illusions and faith in their cherished myths. Hence a long string of strikes of all sizes and with all pretexts up to the very latest ones, in the mail and railway services. Strikes which make the already hard conditions of the country still worse. The country is irritated owing to the difficulties connected with its Adriatic problem, is weighed down by its foreign debt, and by its inflated paper circulation. And yet it is still far from realizing the necessity of adopting that discipline of work which alone can restore order and prosperity. End of quote. It is clear as daylight that this British correspondent has blurted out the truth, which is probably being concealed and glossed over both by Turati himself and his bourgeois defenders, accomplices, and inspirers in Italy. The truth is that the ideas and political activities of Turati, Treves, Modigliani, Dugoni, and company are really and precisely of the kind that the British correspondent has described. It is downright social treachery. Just look at this advocacy of order and discipline among the workers, who are wage slaves, toiling to enrich the capitalists. And how familiar to us Russians are all these Menshevik speeches. What a valuable admission it is that the masses are in favor of Soviet government. How stupid and vulgarly bourgeois is the failure to understand the revolutionary role of strikes, which are spreading spontaneously. Indeed, the correspondent of the British bourgeois liberal newspaper has rendered Turati and Company a disservice, and has excellently confirmed the correctness of the demand by Comrade Bordiga and his friends on Il Soviet, who are insisting that the Italian Socialist Party, if it really wants to be for the Third International, should drum Turati and Company out of its ranks and become a communist party, both in name and in deed. End of section. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Section 4. False conclusions from correct premises. However, Comrade Bordiga and his, quote, left friends draw from their correct criticism of Turati and Company the wrong conclusion that any participation in Parliament is harmful in principle. The Italian, quote, lefts cannot advance even a shadow of serious argument in support of this view. They simply do not know, or try to forget, the international examples of really revolutionary and communist utilization of bourgeois parliaments, which has been of unquestionable value in preparing for the proletarian revolution. They simply cannot conceive of any, quote, new ways of that utilization, and keep on repeatedly and endlessly vociferating about the, quote, old, non-Bolshevik way. Herein lies their fundamental error. In all fields of activity, and not in the parliamentary sphere alone, communism must introduce, and without long and persistent effort, it will be unable to introduce, something new in principle that will represent a radical break with the traditions of the Second International, while retaining and developing what was good in the latter. Let us take, say, journalistic work. Newspapers, pamphlets, and leaflets perform the indispensable work of propaganda, agitation, and organization. No mass movement in any country at all, civilized, can get along without a journalistic apparatus. No outcries against, quote, leaders, or solemn vows to keep the masses uncontaminated by the influence of leaders, will relieve us of the necessity of using, for this work, people from a bourgeois intellectual environment, or will rid us of the bourgeois democratic, quote, private property, atmosphere, and environment, in which this work is carried out under capitalism. Even 2.5 years after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, after the conquest of political power by the proletariat, we still have this atmosphere around us, this environment of mass, peasant, artisan, bourgeois democratic, private property relations. Parliamentarism is one form of activity. Journalism is another. The content of both can and should be communist, if those engaged in these two spheres are genuine communists, really members of a proletarian mass party. Yet, in neither sphere, and in no other sphere of activity under capitalism, and during the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, is it possible to avoid those difficulties which the proletariat must overcome, those special problems which the proletariat must solve so as to use, for its own purposes, the services of people from the ranks of the bourgeoisie, eradicate bourgeois intellectualist prejudices and influences, and weaken the resistance of, and ultimately completely transform, the petty bourgeois environment. Did we not, before the war of 1914-18, witness in all countries innumerable cases of extreme, quote, left anarchists, syndicalists, and others fulminating against parliamentarism, deriding bourgeois vulgarized parliamentary socialists, castigating their careerism, and so on and so forth, and yet themselves pursuing the same kind of bourgeois career through journalism and through work in the syndicates, trade unions? Is not the example of Johot and Merheim, to limit oneself to France, typical in this respect? The childishness of those who, quote, repudiate participation in Parliament consists in their thinking it's possible to, quote, solve the difficult problem of combating bourgeois democratic influences within the working class movement in such a, quote, simple, easy, allegedly revolutionary manner, whereas they are actually merely running away from their own shadows, only closing their eyes to difficulties and trying to shrug them off with mere words. The most shameless careerism, the bourgeois utilization of parliamentary seats, glaringly reformist perversion of parliamentary activity, and vulgar petty bourgeois conservatism are all unquestionably common and prevalent features engendered everywhere by capitalism, not only outside, but also within the working class movement. But the selfsame capitalism and the bourgeois environment it creates, which disappears very slowly even after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, since the peasantry constantly regenerates the bourgeoisie, give rise to what is essentially the same bourgeois careerism, national chauvinism, petty bourgeois vulgarity, etc., merely varying insignificantly in form in positively every sphere of activity and life. You think, my dear boycottists and anti-parliamentarians, that you are, quote, terribly revolutionary. But in reality, you are frightened by the comparatively minor difficulties of the struggle against bourgeois influences within the working class movement. Whereas your victory, i.e., the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the conquest of political power by the proletariat, will create these same difficulties on a still larger and infinitely larger scale. Like children, you are frightened by a minor difficulty which confronts you today. But you do not understand that tomorrow, and the day after, you will still have to learn, and learn thoroughly, to overcome the selfsame difficulties, only on an immeasurably greater scale. Under Soviet rule, your proletarian party and ours will be invaded by a still larger number of bourgeois intellectuals. They will worm their way into the Soviets, the courts, and the administration, since communism cannot be built otherwise than with the aid of the human material created by capitalism. And the bourgeois intellectuals cannot be expelled and destroyed, but must be won over, remolded, assimilated, and re-educated, just as we must, in a protracted struggle waged on the basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat, re-educate the proletarians themselves, who do not abandon their petty bourgeois prejudices at one stroke, by a miracle, at the behest of the Virgin Mary, at the behest of a slogan, resolution, or decree, but only in the course of a long and difficult mass struggle against mass petty bourgeois influences. Under Soviet rule, these same problems, which the anti-parliamentarians now so proudly, so haughtily, so lightly, and so childishly brush aside with a wave of the hand, these selfsame problems are arising anew within the Soviets, within the Soviet administration, among the Soviet leaders. In Russia, we have abolished, and have rightly abolished, the bourgeois legal bar, but it is reviving again under the cover of the quote, Soviet pleaders. Among Soviet engineers, Soviet school teachers, and the privileged, i.e., the most highly skilled and best situated workers at Soviet factories, we observe a constant revival of absolutely all the negative traits peculiar to bourgeois parliamentarism. And we are conquering this evil, gradually, only by a tireless, prolonged, and persistent struggle based on proletarian organization and discipline. Of course, under the rule of the bourgeoisie, it is very difficult to eradicate bourgeois habits from our own, i.e., the Workers' Party. It is difficult to expel from the party the familiar parliamentary leaders who have been hopelessly corrupted by bourgeois prejudices. It is difficult to subject to proletarian discipline the absolutely essential, even if very limited, number of people coming from the ranks of the bourgeoisie. It is difficult to form, in a bourgeois parliament, a communist group fully worthy of the working class. It is difficult to ensure that the communist parliamentarians do not engage in bourgeois parliamentary inanities, but concern themselves with the very urgent work of propaganda, agitation, and organization among the masses. All this is difficult, to be sure. It was difficult in Russia, and it is vastly more difficult in Western Europe and in America, where the bourgeoisie is far stronger, where the bourgeois democratic traditions are stronger, and so on. Yet all these, quote, difficulties are mere child's play compared with the same sort of problems which, in any event, the proletariat will have most certainly to solve in order to achieve victory, both during the proletarian revolution and after the seizure of power by the proletariat. Compared with these truly gigantic problems of re-educating, under the proletarian dictatorship, millions of peasants and small proprietors, hundreds of thousands of office employees, officials, and bourgeois intellectuals, of subordinating them all to the proletarian state and to proletarian leadership, of eradicating their bourgeois habits and traditions. Compared with these gigantic problems, it is childishly easy to create, under the rule of the bourgeoisie, and in a bourgeois parliament, a really communist group of a real proletarian party. If our, quote, left and anti-parliamentarian comrades do not learn to overcome even such a small difficulty now, we may safely assert that either they will prove incapable of achieving the dictatorship of the proletariat, and will be unable to subordinate and remold the bourgeois intellectuals and bourgeois institutions on a wide scale, or they will have to hastily complete their education, and, by that haste, will do a great deal of harm to the cause of the proletariat, will commit more errors than usual, will manifest more than average weakness and inefficiency, and so on and so forth. Until the bourgeoisie has been overthrown, and, after that, until small-scale economy and small commodity production have entirely disappeared, the bourgeois atmosphere, proprietary habits, and petty bourgeois traditions will hamper proletarian work, both outside and within the working class movement. Not only in a single field of activity, the parliamentary, but, inevitably, in every field of social activity, in all cultural and political spheres without exception. The attempt to brush aside, to fence oneself off from one of the, quote, unpleasant problems or difficulties in some one sphere of activity is a profound mistake, which will later most certainly have to be paid for. We must learn how to master every sphere of work and activity without exception, to overcome all difficulties and eradicate all bourgeois habits, customs, and traditions everywhere. Any other way of presenting the question is just trifling, mere childishness. Written May 12th, 1920. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Section 5. In the Russian edition of this book, I somewhat incorrectly described the conduct of the Communist Party of Holland as a whole, in the sphere of international revolutionary policy. I therefore avail myself of the present opportunity to publish a letter from our Dutch comrades on this question, and to correct the expression, quote, Dutch tribunists, which I used in the Russian texts, and for which I now substitute the words, certain members of the Communist Party of Holland. Lenin. End of section. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Letter from Vigenkop. Moscow, June 30th, 1920. Dear Comrade Lenin, thanks to your kindness, we members of the Dutch delegation to the Second Congress of the Communist International were able to read your left-wing communism and infantile disorder prior to its publication in the European languages. In several places in the book, you emphasize your disapproval of the part played by some members of the Communist Party of Holland in international politics. We feel, nevertheless, that we must protest against your laying the responsibility for their actions on the Communist Party. This is highly inaccurate. Moreover, it is unjust because these members of the Communist Party of Holland take little or no part in the party's current activities, and are endeavoring, directly or indirectly, to give effect, in the Communist Party of Holland, to opposition slogans against which the party and all its organs have waged, and continue to wage to this day, a most energetic struggle. Fraternally yours, D.J. Vigenkop, on behalf of the Dutch delegation. End of section.